You are now tuned in to the News You Can Use podcast. I'm your host with the most Big Surf God. And tonight, we're going to be running through a couple of shows. But before we do that, we got to play my favorite song. Y'all know I like to start off with my favorite song. We got the D-Shape Frost and 6ix9ine Full String.
Let's see how this shit go. Let's go. Come on, we can go down. Go down here. Make sure we line up, get right. Make sure we get lined up, right? Okay. All right. Okay.
This is the one when he went to Bro House. We seen that already. This motherfucker ain't got no sound. All right, here we go. Let's play this here.
Someday I wanna wear a starry crown. Someday I wanna lay down like God did on Sunday. Some days I remember this on a Sunday. Someday I wanna hit the red dot on everybody. Someday, oh, eat straw. Every day I'm living high, smoking marijuana. Every day I'm living high, I do whatever I wanna. Oh, yeah. I've been trying to make you love me, but everything I try just takes you further from me. Someday we gon' set it off. Someday we gon' get this all. Baby, don't you bet it all
on a pack of fentanyl.
You might think they wrote you off. They gon' have to rope me off someday. The drama be gone, and they'll play this song on and on. Sometimes I take all the shine, drink all the wine, but way behind, I'm on one.
All right, let's get into the Marcy's Puff interview.
Say it's healthy because it's fried.
Y'all go support Marcy's Puff in Los Angeles. Welcome to the News You Can Use podcast. I'm your host with the most Big Surf God, and today we have Marcy's Puff African donuts made from scratch. Very healthy. Say hello, people.
Hey everyone. Hi, I'm Marcelina, aka Marcy, and I'm the one who created Marcy's Puff. Yay! I'm so glad to be on here. Oh my goodness.
Congratulations. So, first question, let's get into it, Marcy. Mm-hmm. What inspired you to start Marcy's Puff?
Well, honestly, it's just I feel as if like there wasn't much going on in LA when it comes to like bacon and food, especially within the African demographic, because within like Nigeria, that's where I'm from, we don't really, focus on desserts. But being in California, like I noticed desserts is still a very big market. And I thought, you know what? Like, I'm Nigerian. I have something to share. I want to connect to something, and I want people to, try something different. So that was honestly my inspiration, just to, put myself out there and have something sweet.
That's good. That's good. I definitely got to come out there and taste them. I've heard good things though. Everybody I've seen you do reviews with, it seems authentic that it's real good. So I definitely got to try it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So how did you learn to make authentic African donuts?
Honestly, it came from my auntie. Shout out to Auntie May. It's my mom's sister. She was like the first person to, I guess, for me to watch how to make puff puff. But I never really locked into it. I would just eat it as a child from her, and that's like one of my fondest memories relating to like a sweet treat. So it was around, I believe, COVID time. I think COVID was the time where everything shut down, and it's like, let's try some things new. Let's do something different. So I learned it like online and also partially a bit of memory, and I just mixed it together, and that's it.
Okay.
Hmm.
So what makes your puff puff different from others?
Mm. Honestly, I would say the intention behind how I make the food and how I make puff puff specifically. I believe when it comes to puff puff, it's more of like people tend to, just make it kind of half-heartedly. They usually add a bit too much nutmeg, a bit too much milk, and sometimes the oil is way too much because you fry it. So for me, I put avocado oil, and it's also vegan because I used to like really be into the vegan community, and I want them to, be able to try something different too. And yeah, so it's different. It's made with love, a lot of care, and I want people to feel at home when they try it. Mhm.
Okay, that's what's up. So yours are healthy. They're like a
No,
healthy snack.
I wouldn't say it's healthy because it's fried dough, but it's definitely healthier than most. Definitely healthier than an American donut for sure. Like it's, avocado oil, so that's the best.
Okay. Do you know how many calories it is?
It's not something you count, but I'll say around 300.
About 300.
About, yeah, I honestly, I need to count that, but it's not something you think of calories when you eat puff puff. You just enjoy the taste.
Yeah, that's true.
Mhm.
Okay. Can you tell us about the process from ingredients to frying? Now, if you have some special ingredients that you want to keep to yourself, keep that one to yourself.
Okay, yeah. I mean, the ingredients are public knowledge. I mean, there's different ways to make it. I'll keep my little sauce to myself, but for the most part, it's flour, sugar, yeast, and milk. And I use coconut milk because it's vegan. But usually, it can be made with just uh, cow milk, or sometimes people add like baking soda. Sometimes people add eggs as well, which it's usually not made with eggs, but some people do that. So there's different flares to make puff puff.
Okay. What challenges have you faced running the food business so far?
I would say a bit of the flakiness. The oh yeah, I'll show up. Oh yeah, I'll support, and then think. I think that's just any business, low key. It's one of those things where people, are occupied with their own lives, and, they won't really feel or understand how much effort you put into the product or what you're doing. So it's kind of just like this, okay, we'll get there when we get there. And also just like the customer base, because I am a new business and I'm also introducing a very new product into the market, because
Mhm.
most times like Nigerians, I still haven't even fully penetrated the Nigerian market, but it would just be Nigerians that are aware of puff puff. And for me, I want other people from other countries to know what puff puff is.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Okay. How do people from different backgrounds, like America or other countries, respond to an African puff puff? What has been your reaction?
So far, it's been this thing of people being able to relate it back to where they're from. Like, as of recently, there was someone who commented on my TikToks saying it reminds them of, it's like a Polynesian fried dough. It's called keke. And it's literally the exact same thing. And I had no idea that the Polynesian side had something exactly like pop. And there's been also an Indian girl too, I believe. She said that it reminds her of gua, or I'm not pronouncing it right, but it's a fried dough, but they use like condensed milk and it's a bit more glazed. And when she tried it, she was like, yeah, it's similar. The smell, it reminds her of home. And that's exactly what I want people to feel when they try my product.
Right, right. Okay, let's look on your Instagram page a little bit and give people an idea of what it looks like. We're gonna look at a couple of your taste tests.
Yay. And that's the goal, actually. I just posted her today.
That and it smells like that.
Okay.
It reminds me of home. Yeah. Good.
Yeah?
Okay. Good job. Thank you. And we call it gulgula, and it looks like that and it
Let's
smells.
see if it gets on the show.
There's a lot more reviews, way more reviews.
This is so good. This is really, really good. Original Nigerian popcorn from Marcy Store. This is so good. This is really, really
Nothing
good.
but good reviews, people.
Mm-hmm.
Let's show
And
you
it's
the reviews.
even more. And I had a guy up. Cool.
Okay. We keep talking. I turned it down.
Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah, I had a Brazilian guy who's tried it. I believe a couple of Middle Easterns. If you scroll down a bit more, they said it reminded them of something. I didn't really know what they meant, but it was some food that they have in their country. And yeah, I have a range. So yeah, that's
They
the
look
product.
amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah. I would throw like some ice cream over the top of it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah,
And
definitely.
top it off with some ice cream, right?
Yeah, it's something that can be paired with anything, because you can have it savory, you can have it sweet, so you can really just pair it with a bunch of things if you want.
Okay. So what's been your product moment since opening? Your proudest moment since opening?
I would say just how people respond to it, just that, like, how their eyes light up and they're like, it feels so nice when people, can taste the care of what you do. So it's just like really rewarding when I see people that feel like, content and like happy to have something sweet. And also in a way too, where it's not overly sweet where they feel gross and they feel like, oh, why did I do that? It's more of like, oh, I'm glad I had this.
Yeah. So what flavors do you have? Explain to the people the different flavors of stuff you have in your sauces.
Okay. I'm excited. So, yeah, as of now, I have my original flavor, which is just plain. Nigerians, we have the plain. We don't really add anything. I'm making it a bit more westernized, to appeal to other demographics. So we have Biscoff, which is a cookie dough flavor. It's something that you can find in the airport, specifically Delta Airlines. Shout out to them. And it's pretty nice. It's almost like peanut butter, but like a lot less peanut and a bit more sweet. And I also have a Biscoff syrup that I put on top of it, but I don't offer that because it's quite pricey to make. So I'll just put it with the Biscoff puff puff. And I have Oreo, which is, again, just Oreo cookie crumbs that I mix in the batter, and then I pour it on top with some icing. And then you can also, have it with chocolate if you want, depending on your taste. And then I also have churro, which is pretty much a popular one. It's sugar and cinnamon, and it's it's pretty nice. That gives you more of the donut taste, but that's a popular one. And I also offer red velvet. It's just red velvet, a bit of cocoa, a bit of red coloring, and it's quite nice. And then I have my drizzles. So as of now, I have strawberry, I have vanilla, I have chocolate, and lemon. And lemon is the big one. Like people love the lemon. It pairs really well. And as of recently, I added raspberry. So raspberry is also really, really nice. So yeah, that's what I offer.
Sounds amazing. You made me hungry over
Yeah,
here.
it's quite nice.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be mixing things up. I tried for Halloween, I tried some pumpkin. So, put pumpkin in the batter and it had like that pumpkin aroma, a bit of the taste. It was quite nice. So I will, like, depending on the seasons, I will be, adding a bit more things to the menu. I've also tried a mixture of cornbread because I like cornbread, and I love the southern, flair of food. I used to live in Louisiana, so I'm like, okay, I gotta add that in. And it was a really cool mixture. It was like a cornbread in a dough. So I'm gonna be doing that for Thanksgiving as well. So
Okay. That was my next question. Do you have any plans to expand and add new flavors? So yeah, you answered that one already.
for sure. And I have birthday cake too. Let me not forget. That's
Okay.
gonna be every first of the week and every end of the week, so that everyone can get that flair of, that, because everyone's born every day. So every season, I just want to add that into.
Okay, so what does Puff Puff mean to you personally and culturally?
Yeah, on a personal note, it means comfort, it means content and warmth. So that's what I was reminded of when I had Puff Puff as a child. Like I look back and it was a nice moment when I just dipped it. This is the Puff Puff, by the way. I dipped it.
Okay.
I dipped it in sugar and it was just nice. I had it with my cousin and I just remember that day and it was just a nice day, just eating something sweet and you're like, I want some more. I want some more. And that was more of a personal note. And then I would say, you said culturally,
Cultural.
yeah,
Cultural.
yeah. I would say, I, as of recently, went to Nigeria as an adult for the first time since I was a child. And I feel like with Puff Puff, it's something that brings people together, especially in Nigeria. You have it at parties, you have it at events. So to me, Nigeria is big on community. And I notice, especially now with how everything is going, a good way to connect people is through food, and being able to do that through Puff Puff is like my goal. And I would like people to get a taste of Nigeria or get a taste of something homely, while they can.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Nigeria tastes amazing. I mean, the
Yeah,
Puff Puff.
yeah, yeah, definitely.
Mhm. Which flavor or style is the most popular with your customers?
Yeah, I would say as of recently, the churro. Yeah, people like the cinnamon and sugar. It's really good. It's simple, but it just adds that flair, and you feel good eating it. And then I think after churro, I would say the Biscoff. A lot of people are surprised, like, by the taste. They're like, oh, this is a different taste. Like it's like almost cookies, but then it's like creamy and it pairs really well with the puff puff. So I feel like those are the top two, and then Oreo is the third.
Okay. So in America, the main consumers of munchies are weed smokers. Do you plan on making anything for the people that like to consume edibles?
I have had that thought when it comes to yeah, when it comes to edibles, I'm open to it because I'm very like 420 friendly,
Mhm.
and I think it'll be cool because it's puff puff, so it's like puff puff pause.
That would, hey, that could be great marketing. You got the puff puffs with the, oh man. You might have to
Yeah.
make like a, I know they do it with like a butter. So maybe
Mm.
you can make a good butter to put on it that has infused with marijuana.
Maybe. I think it'll be cool. I think it'll be cool for sure. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see. But I'm open to it, and I think it's that marketing perspective. I literally was talking about that yesterday. So yeah, it's cool.
Yeah. So what's a typical day like selling Marcy's Puff Puff? Run us through a typical day.
Well, typical day is the kitchen's an absolute mess. Like, because I'm mixing everything, I'm using my hands. I mean, it's all sanitary, of course. It's just more of like you have all these ingredients that you have out, you're mixing, and how you mix it also plays a role in how it turns out. And once you mix it, you have to set it aside, and then I'm focusing on packaging. And I do all of the doughs, all the round doughs. I do it all from my hand. And there's a specific way you need to do it to get that roundness. So it's a lot of practice, and my hands are all sticky, but this is how you get that nice shape.
Okay. So look, ladies, this is how you get the nice shape. No, just joking.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So how do you keep the Puff Puff fresh and consistent?
So I make the puff puff like from scratch. I don't keep it anywhere. It's something that you're supposed to eat once it's made. I mean, if you want to store it in the fridge for a couple of days, you can. But when I sell it with the intention of being completely fresh. So there isn't any storage or any need for that because I want you to have it straight from the pan.
Okay. So what is your favorite part about serving customers? I think you kind of got into that.
Yeah, yeah. A favorite part is definitely the smile, like, and that, like, just that reaction is it's the best. Like, because I really, I'm sweating in the kitchen, I'm really putting in like all my energy to make sure it tastes good and that the texture is good and the shape and just having people, feel like that intention is like the best thing for sure.
So, okay, so was it intentional that you made your hair kind of look like a puff puff? You got the puff puff
Yes.
on.
Yes, it
It looks
was.
beautiful too, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it definitely
Looks
was because because I'm like I love afro. I love, I'm puffy, I'm, abundant and that's like the vibe I like to carry. So the afro represents that to me and also the puff puff is, the representation of it in food. So, it's all intentional.
I had to ask. I'm like, I see she got a little puff on.
Yeah, so I'm like puff puff, like the hat's
Oh,
puffy.
it looks beautiful too. It looks great.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, let's get into some more. So we got a couple questions.
Yeah, no
Oh,
worries.
yeah, you got it.
I can't wait for you
You can't wait for me to what?
to try the puff puff.
Yeah, as soon as I come down there, I'm definitely gonna hit you up. So try.
Yay. All right, nice.
When did you first fall in love with making puff puffs?
I would say 2020. I would say it was that was a time where things were quite hard. With everything just changing. There was a lot of disappointments during that time and things that I wanted to get done, I couldn't. So I think that was where I again like connected to feeling like at home, feeling comfort. And when I was making it, I'm very detail orientated. So the great thing about baking and specifically making puff puff is like the details do matter. And I was able to channel that sort of, thing that I have and put it in the right place. And once I was able to get it right and, get the texture right, the shape right, I was like, wow, this is something I can keep making, and it felt really nice.
Okay, that's what's up. That's what's up. What memories from home or childhood inspired your recipe? Your auntie, right?
Yes, I did break that down. My auntie, definitely, during that time, and just the memory I have of eating puff puff, it was just like, it just felt like everything was safe back then, you know? I mean, obviously as a child, you know, I mean, not all children experience that, but, you know, I was blessed to have like a cool family and be close on my mum's side. And when I was eating it with my cousin, it was just one of those things where I was like, like, you know, I just felt like there was nothing to worry about. There was nothing to feel or think about. It was just, I'm going to eat this really nice food and nice dessert and keep enjoying it without anything behind it. So
That's what's up. So we're gonna get into your background a little bit, where you come from.
yeah.
So are you from Africa? East Africa?
Yeah. Well, I'm West African.
West Africa. Okay.
Yeah. So specifically, I'm Nigerian. My dad is from Edo State, so I'm Benin. Shout out to Benin. And my mom is from Delta State, Orobo, so shout out to them as well. And that's my ethnic background. And I grew up in England, London specifically. But I was born in Germany. I'm very diverse. I've lived in a lot of places, unintentional. You know, my parents just like to travel. They like to do their thing. So for me, so I raised in England, and then I came to America about 15, going on 16. And my first state I lived in, which was for a couple months, was actually Atlanta, Georgia. Shout out to Buckhead. And then within that couple of months, I lived in Louisiana, Lafayette. Shout out to Lafayette. And that was a really unique and a very versatile experience. But, you know, looking at it now, you know, I had some really good moments, and I grew a lot in that state. I like the homely feel. Like, again, Louisiana, you think of homely, you think of comfortability, you know, like dancing, community, and Louisiana is really a great state for that. So it was cool being there. And I also went to Southern University, A&M in Baton Rouge, you know, the HBCU. Shout out to them. So yeah, I was mainly there, and then I came to California because of COVID. So here I am, 5 years later, in California.
Okay, so what was it like transitioning from London to America?
Oh, it was different. I really liked it. It felt as if with London, you know, I've had some really cool experiences there, of course, but with America, there's a lot more range and a lot more opportunity. So I was always like I was very happy to move. I was just like, okay, let's do this. So my first experience in Atlanta was actually really positive. The only differences was like how I would speak. You know, there's a thing where people say the restroom, right? I need to go to the restroom, but I was like, oh, I need to go to the toilet. And people are like, huh? Like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, that's how you say it, you know? And I think how it's pronounced in different words, that people are like, oh, say this, say that. So a lot of people were just trying to hear my accent. And it was mainly just that. It's not a huge difference, honestly. I think Americans are a bit more straightforward as well. But British people, you know, can be too. It's just quite different. But also, you know, it depends on the state. So
Yeah. You're right about that. The accent is dope to me. I think it's cute. I love it.
thank you. Yeah, it's my accent's a bit more mixed now. Like, it's a little like, you know, sometimes it's a little like you hear the American like, oh, and then you'll hear British and like, oh, you know.
Yeah, I can hear it both. You didn't get the Southern accent though, even though you were down south. You know, a lot of people go down south and come back like, "What are y'all doing tonight?"
Yeah.
It happened to me. I went down south and I was like, just talking like, you know, you start talking like they do, using their terms and stuff.
Yeah. It's I feel like, I guess because the British accent was so strong that it was very hard to go all the way southern because they're both strong accents. So they had
Right.
to blend in. So I think that's what happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So tell us about your experience in college. Did you what did you go for? What was your
So
major?
yeah, my education route has been very much all over the place, to be honest. So I originally actually went to UL, which is University of Lafayette, but I really just claimed Southern because Southern was just a cool experience, and I like HBCUs. So I went to school for nursing. I didn't like complete it, but it was something that's what I started off as, and it was a cool experience for the most part. But yeah.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Did you end up graduating, or how did it go?
Honestly, no. Like so once COVID hit, I transitioned to a school in Florida, and I still continued my nursing, but within, ooh, thanks for the thumbs up. I don't know if that was you or um okay. Oh, it's me. I'm like, what is that? Okay. Yeah, so I did not finish like nurses school in general. I just felt like it wasn't for me. I definitely did try as much as I could because I had to take an exit exam, and unfortunately I like it just wasn't working. So I transitioned into doing the veterinarian route. So I was a vet nurse or vet assistant for like a year. And within that field, I realized it's very similar to the nursing field. So I kind of just dropped it. I was like, okay, I can't work in this space anymore. So as of now, I work with children with autism. So I'm actually planning to, finish school within that because it just feels way more rewarding and a lot more connected to like, how I see life and how I want to, deal with life, because as a nurse or especially as a healthcare worker, you don't get to have autonomy in your job. You just, people just tell you do this, do that, and you can be causing harm and you can't say no because it's a part of your job. But with working with children with disabilities, there isn't ever any sort of harm that you could put on helping a child, improve their behaviors and allow them to be independent. So it's just a lot more rewarding and connected than I would say, what I was doing thinking of doing before. But shout out to the nurses and people who are in the veterinarian field. I mean, there's still a lot of good in that. It's just sometimes it's just not for certain people, which isn't for me. Yeah.
Okay, that sounds amazing that you want to, contribute to the world. Like you don't want to just work a job because nursing would have made you a lot of good money, but you're like, I'm probably killing people, and
Hmm.
I got to do what you guys say, or you're gonna fire me anyway. So at
Hmm.
least if I'm helping autistic children, I'm able to change something in the world and make money. That's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's for me like my philosophy and from how I see things is like, there isn't a such thing as like you're disconnected from your work. Like something that you do day in, day out, it becomes a part of you. And for me, I I want to be, connected to something that I can feel okay about, at the end of it. It's money comes and goes, and at the end of the day, you gotta sleep with yourself at night. So it's just a big thing.
Yeah. So, how was Miami? How did you like living in Florida?
It was nice. It was honestly the weather was really it was humid, but there was a lot of culture there and a big community of just different people. It felt very like inviting. I loved the animals that were there as well, like all these cool lizards. Like I love animals, so it was nice. Like I don't know why it was really nice. I don't know if I would relocate there now, but it was a cool experience.
Also, you fell in love with California. What has your experience been in California?
Honestly, as of now, I think I'm just now getting into California because again, a lot of the time with COVID, I was in school and then I was also in a long distance relationship at the time, so I was like back and forth. I never really like settled and explored California, so it's really until maybe like about a year and some change, and within this year and some change, it's been really cool. I've been meeting a lot more people. There's a lot of ambition in the state, a lot of hard workers, a lot of visionaries, and that is a lot more of my style. So as of now, I'm having some pretty good experiences, and I'm honestly ready to, experience more, especially now that I have something to bring.
Okay. So does being single now? Are you single?
Yeah, I am single.
So how's being single in California? How's that been for you?
Uh, it's been it's been okay. I've not necessarily like being dating. Like I'm open, obviously. I'm not like closed off. Uh, it's been okay. I feel like, yeah, that's all I can say with that.
So what are the people like? Like what are the men like here
Um,
down south?
ooh, yeah, the men down south, I think that there's more manners for sure. Down south, it's just more like, again, it's a homely space, so there's just a bit more like intention, a bit more respect. um Most men, they hold doors out for majority of women, and
Wait,
over
wait,
here,
wait. I do that. I'm from California.
I mean, no, I mean, I was saying the general consensus. Like, I still see men do that. Like, I'm not saying they don't do that, or it's just I notice like it's not as it's not really as thought of here. Like, a guy will just see you and be like, oh well, they don't care that you're a woman. Which it's not that deep. I'm not gonna go too much into gender because we're all equal to some degree, even though we're different. Um, but I just noticed with yeah, there seems to be a bit more like, okay, I'll help you out. Hey, don't worry, we're cool. But I wouldn't say California men don't do that here. I just noticed, like, from things I've heard and some of the things I've seen, it's just there's a bit of a difference.
Yeah, it is. You're right. You're 100%. But you do have people that were raised right, that know how to be a gentleman, and know how to treat women. It is so. It's rare. Like
Oh yeah,
it's not a
yeah,
great occurrence there for people to be
yeah.
nice.
No, for sure. I definitely agree. Like, but for me, I'm like, I tune into people who tune into me. I don't worry about like, okay, this person has no manners. This person, of course, you can get disappointed. You can open up to people, they disappoint you, fine. But most of the time, I'm more in a world of people that have manners. That's what I want to focus on. And yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
I'm
It's
sorry.
common sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're completely right. So, what is your favorite part about being in California so far? Like the beaches, the weather, the shopping. What have you kind of loved
Definitely.
it so
Yeah. I love the weather, of course. I mean, let me not say I love it, because the thing about like California weather, I don't know if it's like the allergies, like the pollen, it kind of makes me a bit like gunky. I notice the difference. That's the only problem with like the weather, kind of. But the weather, in terms of the feeling and the experience, it's like, it's nice. You can have winter one day, you can have summer the next, you can have all the seasons in one day. That's the funny thing about California. It's going to be hot in the afternoon, and then the night or evening it's going to be nice and cool. So it has a lot of range. It's a cool it's a cool, like, dynamic. Because I mean, most of the time, you have your summer seasons, of course, and you have your winter and your autumn and all those things, spring. But it's like, it's not too cold, like at certain points, which is nice. So
okay, do you got like a favorite part of town or a bar, restaurant you like to
um
go to?
I would say I don't really have a favorite part of town. I think each town brings like its own flair. Like downtown Hollywood is a bit more like, it's cool in a building, but outside it's like a little sad sometimes, because it's
Yeah.
the craziness that you see, but then once you're in the building, it's like all that's like wiped away, and then you have like a cool experience. It's like a whole different world inside compared to out. And then Inglewood feels a lot more community based, which I like. Inglewood is just like, it's almost its own small town, and you can connect with people, and it's easy to talk, compared to like other spaces where everyone's in their own world. But Inglewood is more inclusive. And I'm located in Torrance, so there's more of like a big Asian community. People are relatively nice. It's just more of a distant, like, okay, polite, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very diverse. I grew up in LA. I moved maybe 2015, 2016. So I haven't stayed there since about 2017, but I loved it. It was cool.
Mm. Yeah, I think it's changed.
Hmm?
Changed since you've I guess been last here. When was the last time you were in California? I mean, lived in California.
I lived there 2017, but I come visit often. So
Oh, okay. So
probably,
you know, okay,
yeah, I come every other couple of weeks or every other month.
okay.
Yep. So have you been to like the La Brea Tar Pits, or have you been to like Venice Beach, like certain
Um,
zoo?
yeah, the La Brea area, I believe I've been to. I'm definitely Venice. Venice was cool. Um, yeah, Venice was really, really nice. It was, yeah, I went to like, I don't know, is it the pier or something? I forgot what it is, but
Yeah,
it's not,
yeah. Here, yeah. It has like rides and everything.
yeah, yeah,
Santa Monica Pier, yeah.
yeah. So I went on one of those rides, and I was like, oh, okay, this is a cool vibe. So yeah.
I like to go down there and like ride bikes, just hang out and like Sunday.
Okay,
It's one of
okay.
my favorite spots. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You got to check out the zoo though, because you like animals. So you should check out
Yeah,
like California Zoo. It's pretty good. Universal Studios is great. Knoxbury Farm. There's a lot of fun things to do,
yeah.
especially now. There's a lot of good things now.
Oh yeah, I went to the Universal Studios. So that was years ago though, but it was nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right. So how's the interview so far? Are you comfortable?
Yeah, I
Like,
feel more comfortable, definitely. I was just looking at the time though, because I'm like, I know by 8 I will have to exit off, but um, I've enjoyed this so far. It's definitely more relaxed than when I started. So,
that's cool. So, last question. What advice would you give to anyone starting their own up and coming business?
I would say honestly, just do it. Um, don't think too hard. Don't think you have to have everything together. I believe, when an idea comes to you, you're the vessel to enact it. So if the idea is in your head, then you are able to do it. So I would say don't, you can have your fear, you can have your concerns. I still do, especially being new. But at the end of the day, if you know that there's something big and you have good intentions for what you want to put out, then you might as well do it, because life is life, and time is going and it will continue to go. So you should use your time wisely.
I think that is some great advice.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, that was this episode of the News You Can Use podcast. We're gonna have Marcy Puff Puffs shout out all of her socials, and you can find the donuts, and you can tap in because they look very delicious. I will make sure I get my issue when I get out there. Um, go ahead and plug yourself and let everybody know where they can find you and how they can contact you.
Oh yeah, for sure. So I am Marcy's Puff Puff, like Marcy's _ Puff Puff right here. You can see it. Da, 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 da. And it's my Instagram handle and also my TikTok handle. I will be making a Facebook, but as of right now, these are my two platforms. So catch me on there. Feel free to DM. I'm open and I will respond.
You definitely got to create a YouTube channel and start blogging.
I know. I was thinking about that.
Yeah. I'm gonna talk to you on the sidebar and give you some tips on how you can. Because you. I'll talk to you later. I'll tell you. I ain't gonna give you the
Okay.
sauce.
Peace.
All right, you guys make sure to like and subscribe and go support all businesses, but especially Black businesses. Go support your people. Make sure to tap in with Marcy's Puff Puff and get your issue. Get you some good donuts. They're healthy. They look delicious, and make sure to support. Tap in, and we are out. Have a blessed day, everyone.
Hey.
Well, good evening, everybody. And let me underscore, it's been a good evening for everybody, not just the Democratic Party. But what a night for the Democratic Party. A party that is in its ascendancy. A party that's on its toes, no longer on its heels. From coast to coast, sea to shining sea. But it was not just a victory tonight for the Democratic Party, it was a victory for the United States of America, for the people of this country and the principles that our founding fathers lived and died for. And so we're proud. We're proud here in California to be part of this narrative this evening. We're proud of the work that the people of the state of California did tonight to send a powerful message to an historic president. Donald Trump is an historic president. He is the most historically unpopular president in modern history. In every critical category, Donald Trump is underwater. He promised to make us healthier. He promised to make us wealthier. We're sicker and poorer. And he fundamentally understands that. Why else would he call Greg Abbott saying he's entitled to 5 seats? Why else is he trying to rig the midterm elections before one single vote is even cast? He understands his position at this moment in the United States of America. One thing he never counted on, though, was the state of California. Instead of agonizing over the state of our nation, we organized in an unprecedented way in a 90-day sprint. People from all over the United States of America contributed their voices and their support for this initiative. We stood tall and we stood firm in response to Donald Trump's recklessness. And tonight, after poking the bear, this bear roared with an unprecedented turnout in a special election with an extraordinary result. None of us, however, are naive. This is a pattern. This is a practice. Donald Trump's efforts to rig the midterm election continue to this day. And I'll reinforce that in just a moment. You're seeing him take action all across this country, not just in Texas. You saw what they were successfully able to do in Missouri, what they did in North Carolina, what they're trying to do in Indiana, and inevitably in Florida. They are not screwing around. In June of this year, we saw 4,000 National Guard federalized in the state of California. We saw 700 active duty Marines not sent overseas, but sent to the second largest city in the United States of America to militarize our streets. We said in June this was a preview of things to come. What more evidence do you need than what happened in Washington, D.C., what's happening up in Portland, cities like Chicago? When we kicked off this campaign just 90 or so days ago in Little Tokyo, in Southern California, in LA, at the Democracy Center, Donald Trump sent.
I ordered 200 hand-forged knives to my dorm room and built a Wix website to sell them. I'm Noah Rosen, founder and owner of Forged to Table Knives. Working my way up through the culinary industry, I knew a lot of people that would love an affordable handcrafted knife, so I saw the opportunity and built my own online empire. When someone first gets to ForgedToTable.com, we want them to have a curated shopping experience. With Wix, the detail and precision we put into crafting every knife went into the website in the same way. At Forge to Table, we're all chefs, so our blog is our creative outlet. With Wix, we're able to provide content and really good recipes that are really delicious while bringing customers into the products. Having a great platform means that we can serve 1,000 customers on the site every day, $1 million in revenue, and I'm just getting started.
Greg Bovino. He sent his private police force that increasingly appears to have taken an oath of office to Donald Trump, not to the Constitution of the United States. He sent them to our kickoff rally to chill free expression, to chill free speech, to intimidate people from participating. Just today, in Los Angeles, Donald Trump called up the Border Patrol, sent them to Dodger Stadium, and threw a fastball at free speech, right at the head, free expression, to suppress the vote in America's second largest city. Just did that today. People in tactical gears sent out to intimidate a community that is already on edge. But you see, as we speak, people are still in line. People waiting up 3 hours to cast their vote, to send a message to Donald Trump. No crowns, no thrones, no kings. That's what this victory represents. It's a victory for the people of the state of California and the United States of America. And this is a victory that's punctuated with a sober reminder that it's not just the actions that Donald Trump has taken to federalize our guard, to begin the process of militarizing American cities, to intimidate free expression and speech by utilizing ICE and Border Patrol in American cities. But he also announced today, right when polls were opening, that this election was rigged. That this election was rigged. Of course, those are familiar words. It's exactly what Donald Trump said after January 6th, that day of love, where he tried to light democracy on fire. He tried to wreck this country, and he called in to the Secretary of State in Georgia, calling up for 11, 12,000 votes, just like he called Greg Abbott, saying he's entitled to those 5 seats. He said this election was rigged, and he's moving to look for criminal prosecution and investigations at the Department of Justice. He is not screwing around. So tonight, I'm proud, but I'm very mindful and sober of the moment we are living in. Donald Trump does not believe in fair and free elections, period and full stop. This is not complicated, and it's self-evident to anyone paying attention. You start to stack up all of these actions that continue to this moment and will continue in moments to come. If you think I'm exaggerating, consider his announcement just a few weeks ago to send rapid response teams all across the United States, in all 50 states, tens of thousands of members of the military prepared for urban deployment. A preview of things to come. But back to this state. Our state of mind was resolute. Our state of mind was resolved to stand firm and to stand tall, to not be intimidated, to not be humiliated, to not fall prey to cynicism, to not fall prey to fear and the anxiety of someone that believes in only one thing, shock and awe, to intimidate and exhaust us. But we're seeing all across this country, 7 million people strong, standing up not just for themselves, but for each other and for these enduring and historic principles of our founding fathers. And I'll end on that. Next year is the 250th anniversary of the best of Roman Republic, the best of Greek democracy. This fundamental notion of a system of checks and balances, of popular sovereignty, the rule of law. Mr. President, the rule of law, not the rule of dawn. And I hope it's dawning on people. The sobriety of this moment, what's at stake. Tonight, as I said, is an extraordinary moment for our party, but again, it's an extraordinary moment affirming those principles. Our founding fathers did not live and die to see the kind of vandalism to this republic and our democracy that Donald Trump is trying to perpetuate. And so my call tonight, in the spirit of Whitman, we talked about the powerful play goes on. We all must contribute a verse. And so we need the state of Virginia. We need the state of Maryland. We need our friends in New York, in Illinois, in Colorado. We need to see other states with the remarkable leaders that have been doing remarkable things meet this moment head on as well, to recognize what we're up against in 2026. And let me make this crystal clear. We can de facto end Donald Trump's presidency as we know it the minute Speaker Jeffries gets sworn in as Speaker of the House of Representatives. It is all on the line, a bright line in 2026. And so I want to thank everybody that stood up, not just for our democracy, but stood up for those that have feel bullied and intimidated, stood up for this notion of co-equal branches of government in a system of checks and balances. And I want to thank my wife, who reminds me every single day that this is about those that feel alone, those that feel isolated, those that feel an anxiety and a stress that they never could have imagined in their lives. This was about saying to them, we have your back, we see you, you matter, we care. And I'll just say this, I'm confident as we move forward into 2026 in this country, the best is yet to come. Thank you very much.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Riverside lets you podcast like you've got a full team without actually needing one. It's your all-in-one platform for podcasting. See, Riverside records directly to your device, so even with spotty internet, you and your guests are going to look and sound great. You can edit manually, or you can let AI do it for you. And publish to multiple platforms with one click. Riverside can even repurpose your episode into everything your podcast needs to grow. So if you want less grunt work and more time for actual podcasting, start using Riverside today.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform made for anyone with an idea and a drive to bring it to life. Describe what you want and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality, right now.
Here's Gavin Newsom in California.
a party that is in its ascendancy, a party that's on its toes, no longer on its heels, from coast to coast, sea to shining sea. But it was not just a victory tonight for the Democratic Party. It was a victory for the United States of America, for the people of this country and the principles that our founding fathers lived and died for. And so we're proud. We're proud here in California to be part of this narrative this evening. We're proud of the work that the people of the state of California did tonight to send a powerful message to an historic president. Donald Trump is an historic president. He is the most historically unpopular president in modern history. In every critical category, Donald Trump is underwater. He promised to make us healthier. He promised to make us wealthier. We're sicker and poorer. And he fundamentally understands that. Why else would he call Greg Abbott saying he's entitled to 5 seats? Why else is he trying to rig the midterm elections before one single vote is even cast? He understands his position at this moment in the United States of America. One thing he never counted on, though, was the state of California. Instead of agonizing over the state of our nation, we organized in an unprecedented way in a 90-day sprint. People from all over the United States of America contributed their voices and their support for this initiative. We stood tall and we stood firm in response to Donald Trump's recklessness. And tonight, after poking the bear, this bear roared with an unprecedented turnout in a special election with an extraordinary result. None of us, however, are naive. This is a pattern. This is a practice. Donald Trump's efforts to rig the midterm election continue to this day. And I'll reinforce that in just a moment. You're seeing him take action all across this country, not just in Texas. You saw what they were successfully able to do in Missouri, what they did in North Carolina, what they're trying to do in Indiana, and inevitably in Florida. They are not screwing around. In June of this year, we saw 4,000 National Guard federalized in the state of California. We saw 700 active duty Marines not sent overseas, but sent to the second largest city in the United States of America to militarize our streets. We said in June this was a preview of things to come. What more evidence do you need than what happened in Washington, D.C., what's happening up in Portland, cities like Chicago? When we kicked off this campaign just 90 or so days ago in Little Tokyo, in Southern California, in L.A., at the Democracy Center, Donald Trump sent Greg Bovino,
Still looking for the ultimate AI tool? Hailuo AI takes your AI experience to the next level. Just type your idea and click generate. Your imagination will come to life in seconds. Whatever you imagine, we bring it to the screen. No skills needed, no effort, no budget. Sign up for free and try it now.
He sent his private police force that increasingly appears to have taken an oath of office to Donald Trump, not to the Constitution of the United States. He sent them to our kickoff rally to chill free expression, to chill free speech, to intimidate people from participating. Just today, In Los Angeles, Donald Trump called up the Border Patrol, sent them to Dodger Stadium, and threw a fastball at free speech. Right at the head, free expression, to suppress the vote in America's second largest city. Just did that today. People in tactical gears sent out to intimidate a community that is already on edge. But you see, as we speak, people are still in line. People waiting up 3 hours to cast their vote, to send a message to Donald Trump. No crowns, no thrones, no kings. That's what this victory represents. It's a victory for the people of the state of California and the United States of America. And this is a victory that's punctuated with a sober reminder that it's not just the actions that Donald Trump has taken to federalize our guard, to begin the process of militarizing American cities, to intimidate free expression and speech by utilizing ICE and Border Patrol in American cities. But he also announced today, right when polls were opening, that this election was rigged. That this election was rigged. Of course, those are familiar words. It's exactly what Donald Trump said after January 6th, that day of love, where he tried to light democracy on fire. He tried to wreck the country, and he called in to the Secretary of State in Georgia, calling up for 11,000, 12,000 votes, just like he called Greg Abbott, saying he's entitled to those 5 seats. He said this election was rigged, and he's moving to look for criminal prosecution and investigations at the Department of Justice. He is not screwing around. So tonight, I'm proud, but I'm very mindful and sober of the moment we are living in. Donald Trump does not believe in fair and free elections, period and full stop. This is not complicated, and it's self-evident to anyone paying attention. You start to stack up all of these actions that continue to this moment and will continue in moments to come. If you think I'm exaggerating, consider his announcement just a few weeks ago to send rapid response teams all across the United States, in all 50 states, tens of thousands of members of the military prepared for urban deployment. A preview of things to come. But back to this state. Our state of mind was resolute. Our state of mind was resolved to stand firm and to stand tall, to not be intimidated, to not be humiliated, to not fall prey to cynicism, to not fall prey to fear and the anxiety of someone that believes in only one shock and awe, to intimidate and exhaust us. But we're seeing all across this country, 7 million people strong, standing up, not just for themselves, but for each other and for these enduring and historic principles of our founding fathers. And I'll end on that. Next year is the 250th anniversary of the best of Roman Republic, the best of Greek democracy. This fundamental notion of a system of checks and balances, of popular sovereignty, the rule of law. Mr. President, the rule of law, not the rule of dawn. And I hope it's dawning on people. The sobriety of this moment, what's at stake. Tonight, as I said, is an extraordinary moment for our party, but again, it's an extraordinary moment affirming those principles. Our founding fathers did not live and die to see the kind of vandalism to this republic and our democracy that Donald Trump is trying to perpetuate. And so my call tonight, in the spirit of Whitman, who talked about the powerful play, goes on. We all must contribute a verse.
Build a website you love with Wix, where your words create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough. Wix. Did you cheat on me? What? What are you talking about?
I made a goose.
Get out.
No, I did not. I see her. Then why is she asking me? I don't know why she's asking me this.
Fuck you, dude.
And so we need the state of Virginia. We need the state of Maryland. We need our friends in New York and Illinois and Colorado. We need to see other states with their remarkable leaders that have been doing remarkable things meet this moment head on as well, to recognize what we're up against in 2026. And let me make this crystal clear. We can de facto end Donald Trump's presidency as we know it the minute Speaker Jeffries gets sworn in as Speaker of the House of Representatives. It is all on the line, a bright line in 2026. And so I want to thank everybody that stood up, not just for our democracy, but stood up for those that have feel bullied and intimidated, stood up for this notion of co-equal branches of government and a system of checks and balances. And I want to thank my wife, who reminds me every single day that this is about those that feel alone, those that feel isolated, those that feel an anxiety and a stress that they never could have imagined in their lives. This was about saying to them, we have your back, we see you, you matter, we care. And I'll just say this, I'm confident as we move forward into 2026 in this country, the best is yet to come. Thank you very much.
What's the lesson for other Democrats of tonight?
Riverside helps with the entire process of making a podcast, from recording to edit and even generating clips automatically from your podcast to share on socials. Thanks to local recording, recording with Riverside means you and your guests get stable, high-quality recordings which still hold up even when someone experiences dropouts in connection. Your entire show gets transcribed into text once you're done with a take, which lets you edit your show by simply editing the text. With a single click, you can add captions, clean up your audio, refine your content, or generate a whole episode using Magic Episode. You can even ask the co-creator AI to generate short-form clips highlighting a specific topic, or come up with a thumbnail for your show. Whether it's making podcasting less work or making it in time for that short turnaround, Riverside's the perfect tool to help you out. Create your podcast with Riverside.
Men in the armed forces put their lives on the line to protect the hard-fought freedoms guaranteed by the Constitution, and they protect our democracy. Every president in modern history has understood the gravity and seriousness of deploying troops abroad and, in very rare and urgent occasions, at home. Every president has carefully weighed the costs of separating service members from their families and communities. Every president has kept our troops above partisan politics, honoring the duty to defend freedom, not political agendas. Every president except one. Amid Donald Trump and Stephen Miller's ongoing effort to deploy troops in Illinois, I convened a group of former military generals, rear admirals, and veterans to hear their perspectives on this uncalled for, unprecedented, and unlawful move. They are here with me today. Major General William L. Enyart, the former Adjutant General of the Illinois National Guard. Major General Randy Manner, Major General Paul Eaton, Lieutenant General Charles Luckey, Rear Admiral Michael Smith, who's also the CEO of National Security Leaders for America, and Janessa Goldbeck, a veteran and CEO of the Vet Voice Foundation. I want to thank you, all of them, for their time and for their continued service to this nation. This group has served across the various branches of the military and represent a broad spectrum of expertise. They are not here on behalf of a party or political agenda. They are here out of a commitment to our country. With their combined wealth of experience, I have been hearing from them about what this power grab means for our state, for our country, and for our brave men and women in uniform. What the likely long-term consequences will be of the escalation for our military. One thing is evident. This effort to deploy troops in American cities is not normal. There is no rational justification for such a deployment. It is a breach of the most fundamental values and customs that our armed forces operate on. That is why there is such little precedent in our history for federalizing and deploying National Guard troops and other military onto American streets. Other presidents have used this power incredibly sparingly, and there's a good reason for that. In 1965, Lyndon B. Johnson federalized the Alabama National Guard and sent additional backup to protect Martin Luther King and civil rights leaders peacefully marching to Montgomery. In 1992, at the request of the California governor and mayor of Los Angeles, President George H.W. Bush agreed to activate the National Guard and provide additional support to local law enforcement during the widespread riots following the killing of Rodney King. But now, in 2025, President Trump says he wants to go to war with Chicago, use it and our people as a training ground, and is sending military troops against the wishes of its people in order to punish his political opponents. One of these instances is not like the others. And to Stephen Miller, who is pulling the strings for Donald Trump, Illinois is not a place you can conquer. And our people are not your subjects, period. Past presidents have understood the gravity of the decision that they were making. This president is deciding to take National Guard members away from their families and communities. These are citizen soldiers who signed up to serve their country in times of need. They have lives and loved ones that they're being pulled away from. A classroom of kids is missing their teacher. A hospital department full of patients is missing their nurse. So many children are missing their parent. All because Donald Trump wants to punish people who didn't vote for him and to threaten his political opponents and to carry out his agenda of chaos to justify his actions. Past presidents have understood the mission and purpose of the National Guard, to come to the aid of our communities in times of urgent crisis or to be sent abroad to defend our nation. Anyone claiming that there is a rebellion or insurrection in Chicago is not telling the truth. I want to make an important distinction. No person could be faulted for believing that the U.S. military is already patrolling our streets. It feels that way already. Masked federal agents from ICE and CBP are on the ground terrorizing our communities with tear gas and rubber bullets. And some are wearing camouflage uniforms that could easily be mistaken for the military. It is Trump and Miller's agents who are operating like his own personal secret police, harassing civilians, tear gassing communities, arresting journalists, and grabbing people on the street to ask them for their papers based on the color of their skin. This is intentional. Chaos, confusion, and destabilization are the means. Eroding our democratic institutions is his end goal. Trump is looking to cause mayhem and lay the foundation for actions far more craven. Today, he is trying to make us comfortable with masked agents or troops on our streets. Tomorrow, he's looking to leverage his power, take advantage of our elections, and scare people away from voting. He wants to create the perception of chaos in order to further consolidate his power. He's hoping to blur the lines between his masked federal agents and members of the National Guard and active duty military. We cannot let that happen. We cannot accept any of this as normal. And we cannot remain silent. We must continue to call this what it is, a dangerous power grab that echoes the rise of authoritarianism and authoritarian regimes throughout world history. I'm grateful to have clarity given by the retired generals, rear admirals, and veterans here with me today. I've asked them to share with the people of Illinois and throughout the country what they shared with me. And I'll first invite Major General William L. Enyart, our former Adjutant General of Illinois, to join us at the podium. General.
Thank you, Governor.
Appreciate you.
Good morning. Governor Pritzker, I thank you for that kind introduction. I'm here today with two other generals and one admiral. Now, we brought the admiral along because Chicago, of course, sits on Lake Michigan, and we thought it'd be useful to have a sailor. But seriously, we represent over 300 other like-minded admirals and generals who belong to an organization called National Security Leaders for America. NSL4A is a nonpartisan, not-for-profit organization, and we strongly support the governor's efforts to stop the misuse of our military members against our fellow Americans. As the governor indicated, I served as Illinois' National Guard Adjutant General, or the commander, for those of you who don't speak National Guardese. I come from a proud family of veterans. Between my father, my brother, and myself, we served nearly 64 years in the military. Between my brother and I, one or both of us served in the military from 1969 until 2012. Now, during my term as Adjutant General, which was the last 5 years of my career from 2007 to 2012, we had the largest ever combat deployment of the Illinois National Guard since World War II, when we sent the 33rd Infantry Brigade Combat Team to Afghanistan. We were in combat. The Illinois National Guard had soldiers and airmen in combat 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, for the entire time that I served as the Adjutant General. In fact, for more than 20 years, the Illinois National Guard had soldiers and airmen in combat in Iraq, Afghanistan, and other places. That's an incredible record. And the National Guard has never been held in higher esteem in this country because of the track record that we have established serving our nation not only in combat, but also in times of natural disaster. You know, we took an oath to the Constitution of this great nation, and that's why I'm here today. It is imperative that we as citizens, not just as officers, but as citizens, stand up to the overreach of the federal government today in Illinois, in California, and elsewhere. Our National Guard members joined and served to defend our nation, to respond to natural disasters. They are not policemen. They are not political pawns. They are sons and daughters, husbands and wives. They're teachers, farmers, mechanics, carpenters, and students. They deserve to be treated with the respect that they have earned for volunteering to put their lives on the line for our country and our communities. They should not be treated as props for political theater. You know, the number that I've heard for the Los Angeles deployment, 4,000 National Guardsmen for 60 days, is $120 million. So that's a real cost. That's a cost to the American taxpayer. But there are hidden costs, costs that the governor alluded to, costs to the individual soldier, to the families, to the communities, to the employers. A typical private first class, that's a low-ranking enlisted person, makes about $91 a day when they're on active duty. That's about $11 an hour. If you're flipping burgers here in Chicago, you make $15 an hour or more. So these young soldiers are paying a financial penalty. And what about the cost to the family? They're not there to go to that soccer game. They're not there to help with that homework. They're not there to make sure the car gets serviced. All of the myriad tasks that we all perform in our civilian lives. And these are, after all, part-time soldiers. They're not full-time soldiers. They signed up to be part-time soldiers, not part-time policemen. There's the cost to the community. Those educators, ministers, lawyers, whatever their job title is, they're not there in the community to attend those Kiwanis Club meetings or the Lions Club or to go to the PTA meetings. There's also the impact on the soldiers as soldiers and on their units. I call those costs the 3 R's: recruiting, retention, and readiness. Recruiting, because if you're a young soldier and you're making less money sitting in Washington, D.C. than you would at home, and you're picking up trash or putting mulch out on the flower beds at the Washington Monument, that's not what you signed up for. The soldiers and airmen that I served with loved being called up for natural disasters. They loved it. They loved being out there in that hot sun, sweating on the Mississippi River, chasing ticks off and eating MREs in the field. Why did they love it? They loved it because that was what they signed up to do. Help their communities, help their friends, help their neighbors. They felt a sense of accomplishment. Do you feel that sense of accomplishment when your video flashes up on the screen at home and your soldier is there picking up trash in Washington, D.C.? How many families are going to support a soldier's desire to re-enlist when that's what they're seen doing? How many employers? What's the impact on the employers? When your soldier, when that soldier's gone, you are required by law as an employer to give them their job back when they get back. You have to cover that soldier's job. So you're either paying other employees overtime, or you're hiring temporary workers, or you're doing the work yourself. Whatever it is you're doing to cover for that soldier, you turn on the television set when you get home at night, and here is your soldier spreading mulch in Washington, D.C. as a political prop. As an employer, you got to hire him back, right? But that next employee you hire doesn't have to be a guardsman, does it? That's an impact. That's an impact on military readiness. In terms of, so we're going to have that adverse impact on recruiting, because that soldier who's out there picking up trash in Washington, D.C. is not going to go home and tell his or her buddies, oh, hey, the Guard's a great deal. Come on and sign up and we'll get to do some great things. Yeah, like picking up trash in D.C. Recruiting, readiness, retention. Let's talk about readiness for a second. Every day that a soldier spends sitting in Washington, D.C. or Los Angeles guarding a building is a day they are not training for their job as a soldier, whether that soldier is in a trucking company or an infantry company or flying an airplane. If they're in this type of mobilization, they are not gaining readiness. They're not being prepared to be a soldier to deploy in the defense of this nation. So the 3 R's, recruiting, readiness, and retention. And this applies to the entire military. We're not just talking about the National Guard, but as a National Guard Adjutant General, I feel special expertise to talk about that. And as the governor mentioned, I'm very concerned as a soldier, as a retired soldier, I'm very concerned about these ICE agents walking down Michigan Avenue dressed in combat fatigues, wearing combat boots just like the ones I wore, just like the ones I still have in my basement in case the governor needs me. The average citizen is not going to know the difference between a National Guardsman and an active duty soldier from the 10th Mountain Division or a Marine from Camp Pendleton. They all look alike. They're not going to know the difference. But I would tell you what the difference is. The difference is that these ICE agents are not trained soldiers. They're not trained soldiers, and they don't show the discipline that soldiers do. They don't obey the same rules of engagement that soldiers do. It offends me as a soldier that we have ICE agents, I think the modern term is cosplaying, I would say pretending to be soldiers. They're not soldiers, and it is a smirch on the National Guard's reputation for them to be wearing the same uniform that we are. So, thank you for your attention, and General Manner.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor, for the opportunity to stand here with you and to stand up for what is right. I served for 36 years in the U.S. Army as a regular officer and as a citizen soldier in the National Guard. Like General Inyart, I also come from a family who has served our nation in combat. From my father, who served in Vietnam as a 30-year career soldier, to my son, who completed a 22-year career as a combat search and rescue pilot in the Air Force, saving lives in Afghanistan. We made the commitment and sacrifice of a combined 88 years of service to our fellow Americans, to all of you. For my first assignment in the 82nd Airborne Division as a young Airborne Ranger platoon leader, through being the Deputy Commanding General of 3rd U.S. Army, responsible for the lives of tens of thousands of men and women in combat in Iraq, Afghanistan, and across the Middle East, to being the number 2 general officer in the National Guard Bureau in the Pentagon, responsible for over 450,000 citizen soldiers and airmen in all 54 states and territories and the District of Columbia. I have seen the very best of Americans. No matter what their color, their gender, their religion, or national origin, all that ever mattered is their ability to do their job. We and our fellow veterans are proud to have served all of you and to have served our nation. Our military is one of the most respected institutions in the United States. The National Guard has 2 missions. First, it is trained, equipped, and organized to defend our nation as a strategic reserve from foreign threats overseas. And second, to serve as a capability to governors to help save lives in times of natural disasters such as floods, earthquakes, tornadoes, or hurricanes, and to assist, as mayors may ask, to temporarily augment local capabilities for special events such as the Super Bowl or the Olympics or things in that manner. Our military and National Guard are designed for combat, not for community policing. Soldiers are trained to eliminate threats, not to de-escalate tensions or protect constitutional rights during protests. When we blur that line, we risk turning our own streets into battlefields and our citizens into potential enemies. The use of the military by this administration in Los Angeles, Memphis, and possibly Chicago is inappropriate, it's dangerous, and it is a clear and present danger to the security of our nation. It is un-American. History warns us of this danger. The Posse Comitatus Act of 1878 was created precisely to prevent the military from enforcing domestic law, because our founders understood that freedom cannot thrive under the shadow of military control. Civilian police, accountable to local communities and bound by civil law, are the right tools for maintaining order, not troops and tanks. If we truly want safe and peaceful cities, we should invest in stronger communities, better policing standards, and more trust between citizens and local law enforcement, not the presence of armed forces meant for war. America's strength comes not from fear or force, but from the principles of liberty and self-governance. Let's protect those principles by keeping the military where it belongs, defending the nation, not policing its people. I stand here today speaking resolutely, not only as a retired soldier, but also as a father and father-in-law of my daughter and her husband and my 3-year-old grandson, who are residents of this wonderful city. Thank you, Governor, for demonstrating the courage to stand up for what is right, not only for the millions of citizens of the city of Chicago and the great state of Illinois, but for my own family as well. So thank you. Governor.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate you.
Good morning. My name is Janessa Goldbeck, and I served as a combat engineer officer in the United States Marine Corps. Today, I lead Vet Voice Foundation, which is a national, nonpartisan nonprofit representing more than 2 million veterans, military family members, and supporters from all walks of life and all backgrounds. We empower veterans and military families to engage in public life and defend the democratic values we swore an oath to uphold. Over the past year, we've grown increasingly alarmed about the growing politicization of the military. We've actively pushed back in the courts, through policy advocacy, and by preparing elected officials to preserve the apolitical character of our armed forces. Today, I'm honored to stand here alongside Governor Pritzker and these esteemed retired general officers to voice a principled objection grounded in history, the Constitution, and the hard-earned experience of those of us who have worn the uniform, an objection to the Trump administration's attempt to deploy National Guard into the city of Chicago. Deploying military forces into American cities when there is no widespread unrest, no breakdown of local law enforcement, and against the wishes of local leaders and local police is an extraordinary and dangerous breach of long-standing democratic norms, a reckless precedent that threatens both our systems of government and undermines public trust in our armed forces. It also risks doing harm to the very people who serve in uniform. The troops that are being told to deploy are not faceless. They are our neighbors, mostly young men and women from middle and working class families. Many of them are first or second generation Americans. In their civilian lives, they are the EMTs who respond when your child can't breathe, the line restore power after a storm, the nurses who pull double shifts in county hospitals, the police officers and firefighters who keep our neighborhoods safe. When they take off the National Guard uniform, they go home to take care of their kids, coach Little League, and volunteer at their churches. Pulling them out of their communities for what amounts to a political stunt doesn't just disrupt readiness, it leaves holes in our local safety nets. It means fewer first responders on the job. It means missed paychecks, missed birthdays, and missed moments that can never be replaced. It is a betrayal of the dual mission of our National Guard that our National Guard serve, to protect both state and nation. There's also a significant impact to readiness and morale. Picture a young guardsman, newly trained for disaster relief, homeland support, or overseas deployment. Imagine him arriving in Chicago, ordered into neighborhoods he doesn't know, confronting emotionally fraught scenes, families being ripped apart, frightened children, communities watching in horror. This is not what he trained for. His ethos was not shaped for inner-city checkpoint enforcement. His peers are serving overseas or preparing for hurricane season at home, and yet here he is in a highly charged situation with no clear mission. When the President of the United States places soldiers and airmen into roles that clash with their identity and values, where they may be viewed not as protectors, but as agents of contention, it damages unit cohesion, it sows doubt, it introduces political fear, hesitation, and mistrust. It harms our operational readiness by pulling the Guard away from their real missions, and it puts Guardsmen in impossible positions, where one misunderstanding, one wrong move could turn a tense situation into a tragedy. Misusing them in this way risks escalation that puts both service members and civilians in harm's way. It also risks alienating entire communities, communities whose trust the military may need tomorrow in a crisis. The President has planted the perception that the military is not neutral, not apolitical, not above the fray, but that it is part of his personal political toolset. That perception corrodes recruitment, retention, willingness to serve, and the moral reserve we expect from our armed forces. We must also not lose sight of the human dimension at the heart of this mission. The people being targeted by ICE are not faceless threats. Many of them are mothers, fathers, workers, veterans, long-standing contributors to our economy and society. Some may have put on the uniform themselves. Others have raised children who serve in uniform today. To treat every immigrant as a threat, to call in the military as if we are facing an invasion, ignores both our shared humanity and the complexity of the immigration system itself. It reduces real people in our communities to targets instead of our neighbors. For those outside of Chicago, take note, because what is happening here could happen anywhere tomorrow. Once the precedent is set that the President can deploy troops in U.S. cities to enforce immigration law, what stops him from using the same authority to respond to peaceful protests, to deploy the Guard outside of polling places during next year's elections? Today, we have to draw a line in the sand, respectfully, firmly, and without equivocation. This is not normal, this is not American, and this is not what the military is for. To the soldiers standing by to stand by in Chicago today, you are seen, you are respected, and you deserve better leadership than this. Veterans stand with you, not as partisan instruments, but as guardians of what our country claims to be. The strength of our democracy is measured not just by how well we defend our borders or respond to foreign threats, but by how consistently we uphold our constitutional principles here at home. Every American, regardless of party, should be able to agree to this. Our military does not belong to the President. It belongs to the people. The Guard exists to serve the states and their citizens, not to enforce political loyalty to one man. If we allow the President to turn our military inward, to use it as a weapon against his own citizens, we lose the very thing that makes this country worth defending, our freedom. Thank you, and Semper Fi. Governor Pritzker.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Happy to take any questions from members of the media. Shia.
Maybe one of the journalists could talk about this. As I understand it, right, they are federalized but not deployed because of the courts. If that changes, how does the Guard, and the Guard is supposed to be watching over what the immigration agents are doing, what happens when a Guardsman sees an immigration agent crossing the line? You know, we saw pictures online of, you know, an immigration agent with a gun in a Walgreens. You know, what happens then? Is there a risk of confrontation? Does the Guard protect that person, or are they protecting the public? What is their job?
That's a terrific question. I don't know the answer to that. I don't think anyone knows the answer to that. And that is going to be a very telling situation. You
were the boss, what would you have said?
We have
I
a
want to make
duty.
sure they can hear
Oh,
you. So.
sorry. Excuse me. Soldiers have a duty to obey lawful orders. An order that is issued by a superior officer is presumed to be lawful. So you are putting some of these young soldiers, and this is what we're talking about here. You're putting some of these young soldiers in really an untenable position. You all remember when President Trump said, shoot them in the legs. All right? That's pretty clearly an unlawful order. You don't just go shooting people in the legs because they're engaging in protected First Amendment discourse. But that young soldier out there who gets that order do you really want to put them in the position of having to determine whether it's a lawful order, whether it's a constitutional order? They're not trained for that. Now, if you see someone doing something unlawful, soldiers are required to tell superior authorities about it. And we have seen actions in combat in Afghanistan and Iraq where soldiers reported to superior authorities what their fellow soldiers had done in violation of the rules of engagement and violation of international law. And we've seen the Trump administration, we've seen the president, those soldiers who committed wrongful acts were court-martialed, and we've seen the current president turn around and commute those sentences or pardon those folks and have them reinstated. I think that that's very problematic. And unfortunately, we may well see this happen. And I think it's going to be incumbent, it's going to, will the courts then step in? I think the courts have, several of the judges have done a terrific job so far standing up to this administration. But I think that's one of the reasons that we as retired generals are here. We can speak out. We got our First Amendment rights back. If I were still on active duty, I wouldn't be able to stand here before you and tell you some of these things. Thank you for that question. Yes.
The National Guard is deployed. Does they have any plans to protect Latin communities, Latin neighborhoods?
Well, if they're deployed, they're being deployed by the President of the United States. They've been federalized. So we don't know what those orders will be, but I tend to doubt that is what the Trump administration has in mind, protecting those communities. That doesn't seem to be what they're telling ICE or CBP. And so I can't imagine they're going to order the National Guard to protect those communities. I wish that we could do that. And that's one reason why we don't want the president to be able to bring federalized troops onto the grounds of American cities. Yes, sir.
Governor of BBC London, if you can this is clearly a power struggle between a governor of the state and a president who takes a different view of how he can exercise his power. So the question for everybody, not just the United States, but beyond the United States, is who prevails and how. And I might just add to that briefly, you compared what's happened or may happen to authoritarian regimes behaving elsewhere in the past. So quite simply and blunt, how far do you think this could go?
Well, you saw that the President of the United States threatened to jail me, he's threatened in the past to jail the governor of California and the mayor of Chicago. So do I think he could carry it that far? Well, he says he would. Yeah, this is a struggle around the 10th Amendment to the Constitution, which protects states' rights. It's also a struggle, in my view, about protecting the military. The reputation of the military in this country is very, very good. And, there were years in the past when it wasn't. But it's very good. People have enormous respect and admiration for those who are part of our military forces. What the president is now doing has the potential to significantly erode that faith that the American public has. And I think you've heard, the idea that readiness, the idea that our national security is at risk as a result of the American public losing faith is of great concern to people who've spent their lives, or much of their lives, leading military troops or serving in the military. So I too have that same concern. And of course, I'm focused right now on Illinois' National Guard and other National Guard that are being sent here, but I can speak with, I know many members of the Illinois National Guard. They did not ask to be called up for this sort of service, to have to stand against their fellow Illinoisans in some fashion, and maybe even be given an unlawful order that they're not sure whether to act upon because they're not judges or lawyers. They're and they're trained for military service and, of course, to help rescue people in emergencies and not to do this kind of service.
Governor, on your income, are you concerned that the AOC or another potential rival in the presidential primary could use the capital gains, the gambling winnings against you, sort of following campaign?
No. No. I think people know that when I got elected and have known for some time that, I've been very fortunate in my life, and if they want to use something like that in the campaign, I don't know. But I'm not, right now I'm focused on running for re-election as governor. That's the only thing I'm focused on politically. And of course, most importantly in my job as governor today, protecting the people of Illinois from the unlawful acts of Stephen Miller and Donald Trump, Kristi Noem, Tom Homan, and Gregory Bovino. Paris.
Governor, can you just explain a little more the circumstance of that 1.4 million? I mean, those are big winnings. Is this a high roller table? Were you gambling with millions and millions of dollars?
I obviously, and I've explained this, or at least we did in a statement, that I went on vacation with my wife, with simply going to a casino anywhere. It was in Las Vegas, and I like to play cards, and so that I founded a charitable poker match here in Chicago called the Chicago Poker Challenge that has raised millions of dollars for the Holocaust Museum here. And particularly to stand up for civil rights. That's much of what the Holocaust Museum does. And so, anyway, that's all I can say about it. I mean, I had fun doing it. I encourage people to come to the state of Illinois and gamble in our casinos here. We have some really lovely places to go.
Governor, I just want to clarify.
Yeah, Olivia and then Mitch.
Thank you. The number that was reported, can you say how much you have lost gambling?
I believe that's a net number.
Okay,
so
number. Okay.
yeah, but I mean it was all it all happened over one trip, and again it was just incredibly lucky, and as you know, most of the time anybody who's been to a casino, you win, and all of anybody who's played cards in a casino knows that you often play for too long and lose whatever it is that you've won. I was fortunate enough to have to leave before that happened. So.
What was the final hand that made you?
Oh, I don't remember. Thank you, Mitch.
Governor, the president has publicly flirted with the idea of invoking the Insurrection Act to deploy the Guard. How concerned are you about that, and how would that affect the state's legal challenge?
Well, I believe it to be unlawful and unconstitutional. There is not a rebellion going on. It's called the Insurrection Act for a reason. There is not an insurrection going on in Chicago. And you've heard him move around his reasons for calling in the National Guard. Think about his first discussion was crime is rampant, Portland is on fire. He exaggerates everything tremendously, and then and said that was the reason. And then, of course, I think there were a few people, must have been in the White House, who told him, actually, you can't call in the National Guard for that reason, but possibly you can call in federal troops and National Guard to protect federal facilities. And so, what do you know, when they were challenged, that was the reason that they gave for calling in the National Guard. Those facilities are not under threat. There is no need to call in the National Guard. We have local law enforcement, state law enforcement, ICE and CBP are clearly capable of protecting their assets. And so I'm concerned, of course, that it doesn't seem like the President of the United States cares much about the Constitution or the laws of the country. He's broken them, 34 times. He's been a convicted felon. So he doesn't much care about the law. I am concerned that he will just ignore the law and try to enact the Insurrection Act and use his people, who seem to be sycophants to the end, to defend him as he's carrying out unlawful acts. I think Sarah in the back.
Kind of a follow-up to that.
Yeah.
On Tuesday, as you know, on the southeast side, ICE agents deployed pepper spray after people threw eggs and rocks. So do you think that type of scene and chaos just gives the president, for the lack of a better word, more ammunition to call to invoke the Insurrection Act?
Look, anybody who's protesting and not doing so peacefully and is committing a crime in doing so shouldn't be, should be held accountable for their acts. But, and that you saw this in the decision of a judge this morning in her TRO case, that she's seen all the reports, as all of us have. They take one small circumstance and they blow it up into as if this is all of Chicago or it's happening everywhere. We have so many peaceful protesters and so many places that people are protesting peacefully in neighborhoods. You're going to see it on Saturday in Grant Park. And so the idea that there's any justification for people, tossing tear gas in the context of people's protests, I think the judge reacted to that properly by ordering that now the federal agents are required to have body cameras on them because they clearly lie about what goes on. You saw this in the case of Silverio, who was killed in Franklin Park. You saw this in the case of the woman who was shot in her car. They put out a press release immediately at Homeland Security that doesn't reflect the truth. And it's hard for us to know right away what the truth is. So it takes us a couple of days. Often it's some of you in the reporter community and the media that discover what the truth is and talk to people who are on the ground. And then what do you know? It turns out they've been lying all along. So I'm glad that the judge is stepping up, doing the right thing. I think we're going to see more cases brought against ICE and CBP. And of course, we're going to continue our effort to keep the military off of the streets of Chicago and across America. Thank you. Oh,
One more in the back.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Nothing
Yes.
to do with Vegas. I'm talking about Los Angeles. We saw Los Angeles County issue a state of emergency in an effort to combat these federal immigration raids. Can you speak to whether we could see that here in Illinois? And I know it's typically something utilized during bad weather.
Yeah, listen, we would listen to the local leaders in Chicago. I want to remind everybody, what ICE and CBP are doing and what they're planning to do if they can bring the federalized troops onto the streets is not just in the city of Chicago. And people keep talking about Chicago, and I know it's easy to just say Chicago and not include all the suburbs and surrounding areas, but this is it's a vast region, at least 6 million people in and around Chicago, not just in the city of Chicago. And people are being affected at this. You saw the Waukegan City Hall where a young woman came out. She was doing no harm to anybody, U.S. citizen. She's brown skinned. She was trying to get in her car and she was detained, arrested, taken, put in the back of a car. This is what's happening all across the region, and it's deeply concerning to me. We talk about just Chicago, but it's really happening everywhere around the region. But I think you saw the city of Broadview mayor asked for help, and we delivered it from state police and from Cook County Sheriff's Office.
But no plans for a state of emergency.
We don't see a need for that here, and I'm not sure what the circumstances were that caused it in Los Angeles, whether it was the city or the county there. But obviously, we listen to local leaders and local law enforcement and back them up when they need our assistance. So, thank you.
It's also you asked that question. It's like that net, but like how many?
Right. Like if he's putting down 10 million, he's like, I got 10 million I'm going to play with. And
I got a picture of them all standing on there.
Makes sense, though. I wasn't planning on asking it, but I was just like, all right, 1.4.
Over the weekend, we received numerous confirmed reports of federal agents from ICE and Customs, Border Patrol, abusing their power, intimidating innocent civilians, and waging war on our people. All of this has been aimed at causing chaos and mayhem in the hopes of creating a pretext to deploy military troops against Chicago and Broadview and other suburbs, just as the president is doing right now in Oregon. Moments ago, the Illinois National Guard received word that the Department of Homeland Security has sent a memo to the Department of War seeking the deployment of 100 military troops to Illinois, claiming a need for the protection of ICE personnel and facilities. What I have been warning of is now being realized. One thing is clear, none of what Trump is doing is making Illinois safer. 2 weeks ago, a man was shot and killed by ICE in Franklin Park, Illinois. Shortly after, ICE issued a statement justifying the killing, saying the federal agent was seriously injured. The Chicago Sun-Times has brought to light that the injuries were, in the agent's own words, nothing major. A man is dead. A community is shaken up. And we are yet again left with more questions than answers. On Saturday, federal agents wreaked havoc on the village of Broadview, a small suburb west of Chicago with 8,000 residents. I want to recognize Broadview Mayor Katrina Thompson, who is here today, and thank her for her strong and vocal leadership on behalf of her community. I also want to thank Broadview's police chief, Thomas Mills, for his steady leadership and partnership with state and surrounding local law enforcement. In Broadview, people nonviolently holding signs and chanting against brutality, expressing their First Amendment rights, have been regularly attacked with chemical agents like tear gas, pepper spray, rubber bullets, and flashbangs. Agents reportedly unholstered their guns and pointed them at protesters. In their own words, ICE intended to unleash, quote, a shit show in the Broadview community. Without provocation and acting like jackbooted thugs, ICE has attacked and detained members of the press, including an independent journalist. A CBS Chicago correspondent had chemical munitions fired at her car where there were no protesters in sight. And we have received many reports of U.S. citizens being detained for simply stepping onto the public street. That brings us to yesterday. On a beautiful weekend when families were out enjoying their day in Chicago, armed Border Patrol agents were downtown marching up and down Michigan Avenue, harassing and intimidating residents and tourists. In Millennium Park, federal agents interrogated a family as their small daughter held onto her doll and appeared to try to translate for her parents. Officers carried large, unholstered, offensive weapons downtown, dressed in camouflage and masks. Building tradesmen near Tribune Tower, simply doing their jobs, were detained by federal agents while working on a construction site. Separately, 24 federal agents chased down a man, handcuffed him, and asked him for his papers. Meanwhile, ICE's chief offender, Gregory Bovino, has been leading the disruption and causing mayhem while he gleefully poses for photo ops and TikTok videos. Bovino even admitted on the record that they are making arrests based on how you look. Based on how you look. How you look. That's the baseline. They're not targeting violent criminals or gang members. They're arresting tamale vendors and delivery men and shaking down families. Donald Trump and Kristi Noem and Tom Homan said they were targeting the worst of the worst criminals. They lied, and they continue to lie. 60% of the individuals that ICE has taken in Illinois this year have no criminal convictions of any kind. ICE is running around the loop harassing people for not being white, Just a year ago, that was illegal in the United States. Now, ICE is making it commonplace. That's not making America great. In any other country, if federal agents fired upon journalists and protesters when unprovoked, what would we call it? If federal agents marched down busy streets, harassing civilians and demanding their papers, what would we say? I don't think we'd have any trouble calling it what it is: authoritarianism. So let's not pretend it's something else when it happens in our American cities. The MAGA Republican-supported invasion of Portland and Chicago and LA and Washington, D.C. is not making us any safer. Instead, it is putting our people in danger. This is an attack on neighborhoods, on lawful residents, on U.S. citizens. That's not preventing crime, as Donald Trump claims. That's threatening public safety. But as I've said many times, for Donald Trump and the MAGAs in Congress, this is not about fighting crime or about public safety. This is about sowing fear and intimidation and division among Americans. It was about creating a pretext to send armed military troops into our communities. This is about consolidating power in Donald Trump's hands. What he plans to do with that power, now or during the 2026 elections, should worry all of us. When you add to that the Trump administration's effort to label as dangerous free speech critical of him, White House senior staff calling the Democratic Party fascist, the Trump-appointed FCC chair threatening to revoke broadcast licenses and the approval of a merger in order to silence late-night comedians, Trump's threats to jail political opponents. You cannot call this anything except an attack on the Constitution of the United States. But let's also talk about what he's doing to the economy with all these attacks on our communities. Our small businesses suffer when our residents and visitors who are shopping and eating are made to feel unsafe by the jackbooted thugs roaming around a peaceful downtown. Parents are now scared to send their kids to school for fear the troops will grab their children. Students are afraid they'll come home and find their parents have been disappeared by ICE. This is no way to live. We are here together today, elected officials, business leaders, the faith community, law enforcement, educators, community organizations, united in our opposition to these flagrant abuses of power by the federal government. With one voice, we are telling this unwarranted and unconstitutional occupation by ICE and potentially by military troops to get out of Chicago. You are not helping us. Over the past month, I've been all across the city and all across the region, from Bronzeville to Austin to Pilsen to Little Village, talking to residents and to local business owners. Not one of them has asked for armed military troops in our streets. They have all said loudly that there is no emergency here on the ground that requires the deployment of military troops or the use of military tactics. I refuse to stay silent about this and let the slow encroachment of our freedoms and liberties continue unabated. The state of Illinois and all of us will continue to fight this with everything that we have. So, people of Illinois, we need your help. Get out your cell phones, record and narrate what you see. Put it on social media. Peacefully ask for badge numbers and identification. Speak up for your neighbors. We need to let the world know that this is happening and that we won't stand for it. I was surprised and pleased to see that a federal agent in New York was put on leave after he was caught throwing a woman to the ground. Good. Good. That would never have happened, though, if it wasn't on camera. So keep documenting. It could make a world of difference for someone, perhaps for all of us. I look forward to taking your questions, and right now I'd like to hand the microphone over to Mayor Brandon Johnson. Mayor.
Thank you, Governor. Of course. Thank you, Governor, and good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm grateful to all of the elected leaders here, the community, business, and faith leaders that are joining us today. Many Chicagoans were shocked and appalled to see videos of heavily armed, masked federal agents in our streets yesterday. The reality is that this stunt has nothing to do with public safety. This is about politics, money, and power. The president is using his militarized force the exact way he intended to advance his political goals. He wants to militarize our cities, whether that's through ICE or through the National Guard or the United States Army or armed forces. He wants to provoke conflict so that he can use this as a pretext to send even more federal agents into our city. What we saw yesterday was an absolute disgrace. Families, visitors, everyday Chicagoans were out enjoying our city, and they were met with dozens of heavily armed federal agents aiming to strike fear in our communities. They targeted street vendors and construction workers, just trying to make an honest living. They made a little girl act as a translator as they took her family into custody. These are heartbreaking scenes that have nothing to do with making our city safer. My question to these masked, heavily armed individuals is simple. What could you possibly need an automatic weapon for? The only plausible explanation is that their aim is not to carry out their duties, but instead strike fear in our communities. If you are following the law, if you are in accordance with the Constitution, if you have a criminal warrant, then there is no reason to cover your face. This comes on the heels of the revelation that was reported on MSNBC that Tom Homan, the so-called border czar, accepted a $50,000 bribe from undercover FBI agents in exchange for lucrative detention center contracts. So let's call it what it is. Tom Homan sold out the American people for $50,000 in cash. And that's why I'm calling on the federal government to appoint an independent investigator to review every single contract in the city of Chicago, the county and the state, related to any ICE detention centers. The people have a right to know if these contracts are legitimate or if they were granted as a result of outright bribery and corruption. As of last week, 72% of those held in ICE detention have no criminal record. And of those with a criminal record, many are for traffic violations and misdemeanors. The Trump administration's detention campaign is not for public safety, it is for profit. More than 90% of the immigration detention centers are run by private and for-profit corporations. The Trump administration has already engaged in no-bid contracts with private prison contractors across the United States. Executives at private prison firms are calling this a gold rush, as their stocks have soared by as much as 80%. In May, the CEO of a private prison corporation told investors, and this is a quote, "Truly one of the most exciting periods in the history of the company." One company estimated that they could make as much as $400 million of taxpayer money per year from private detention. Another said that it could make as much as $1 billion in additional revenue. The two largest private prison corporations gave President Donald Trump at least $2.8 million for his re-election campaign. And this is the agency that Trump and Republicans just handed $170 billion, a blank check with little to no oversight. The money that Republicans gave to ICE is there's more funding given to ICE in this last budget that has been allocated for police departments at state and local governments in all 50 states, including the District of Columbia combined. Let me say that again. Trump gave his personal militarized force more money than all other local and state police funding combined. And the guy they put in charge of that funding was bought for $50,000 in cash. They are lining their own pockets and the pockets of the executives of small number corporations, to a small number of corporations. I've spoken with parents in Pilsen, Little Village, spoken to business owners on Devon Street, elders in Uptown who are too scared to take their children to school. We're losing business, and they're too afraid to even attend church because of their legal status. They're afraid of the reckless actions that they have seen. This is not being tough or patriotic. To throw a crying mother to the floor who just wanted to be reunited with her children, it's abominable. It's not law and order to body slam a 79-year-old business owner, an American citizen, for trying to produce the papers of his employees. And there's nothing brave about firing pepper bullets with chemical agents at a Chicago CBS reporter for simply showing up to do her job. Greg Bovino, who spends countless taxpayer dollars on TikTok videos of himself, was in charge of the operation in Los Angeles, where a 15-year-old kid, an American citizen with disabilities, was handcuffed and held at gunpoint by ICE. His family is now suing. By the time this is over, there will be hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer dollars wasted in settlements related to the excessive use of force and the unconstitutional actions of this administration. So again, let's make this very clear. This is not about public safety. This is not even about immigration. This is the continuation of the Trump administration's war on the poor. They have cut food assistance, they have cut Medicaid, they have cut violence prevention funding. They have made life harder and more dangerous for poor and working people across this country. They have declared war on poor on behalf of the ultra-rich, so they can simply funnel our tax dollars to a small handful of billionaires. So we have to make sure that we continue to show our support for the people of this city and for this country. In closing, at a time when we are cutting hundreds of millions of dollars from healthcare, public health, housing, and defunding public education, manufacturing austerity, I'll say that plainly, the Trump administration is worsening poverty at the same time as declaring war on the poor. This is an untrustworthy, corrupt, and out of control administration that is doing everything in their power to foment chaos in our cities. Whether it's in Portland, Los Angeles, or Chicago, we cannot accept the militarization of our cities. We will continue to stand united as a city, as a county, as a state, and local villages to reject any attempts to militarize our cities. I want to be very clear, what we saw this Sunday is not unique. As the governor has indicated, this is happening in villages like Broadview and other places across this country. And so we have to make sure that this is not the last time we express our unified voice to ensure that we protect the interests of all people. And with that, I will turn it over to our Attorney General, Kwame Raoul.
Thank you, Mayor. Governor, thanks for convening us. From masked federal agents using tear gas against people exercising their First Amendment rights in Broadview to mask uniformed federal agents carrying automatic rifles as they menace people in downtown Chicago. In downtown Chicago, which is well patrolled by both the Chicago Police Department and the Cook County Sheriff's Office. The images we have seen in Chicago area look more like a region under siege than they do America in peacetime. If it was not clear from before, it should be plain now. The president's goal is to sow chaos, instill fear in Chicagoans and the American people at large. It's also clear that this has never been about fighting crime. Let me state clearly, I am not averse to the President of the United States wanting to be helpful in fighting crime in American cities. I'm not averse to federal law enforcement agencies contributing to fighting crime in American cities. In fact, we have had a great history of collaboration with those federal law enforcement agencies that are trained to fight crimes on the local level. However, if the president were sincere about fighting crime, he would devote more resources to those federal law enforcement agencies with whom we have partnered with, which we have had a great working relationship with, instead of either cutting their budgets or reassigning their agents to doing immigration work instead of crime fighting work. He would not be cutting funding from community violence interruption. He would not be depriving victims of crime of the resources they need based on unrelated immigration criteria. Instead, he's federalizing the state of Oregon's National Guard. And as the governor laid out, he's following the same pattern that he followed in Oregon, and we just received a memo, same steps that were followed in Oregon. The mobilization of the military isn't just an ineffective strategy to address crime, it is illegal. That is why I stand in solidarity with my colleague, Oregon Attorney General Dan Rayfield. We've been in contact over the weekend as well as earlier this morning, who filed lawsuit yesterday against the Trump administration's mobilization of the National Guard there. The 10th Amendment preserves states' sovereignty to enforce state laws as they see fit. The Posse Comitatus Act, as I've stated before, limits the federal government's ability to use the military for domestic law enforcement. A judge in California recognized that fact earlier this month. And the militia clauses of the United States Constitution give Congress sole authority to decide what factual circumstances allow the president to federalize the National Guard. They don't exist here. The president has failed to establish that any of the legal prerequisites exist for his efforts to federalize the Guard. Which is why litigation challenging these efforts is now pending in multiple courts. And if the evidence follows, if the pattern follows what we've seen in Oregon, he should expect a legal challenge here as well. As a matter of fact, this afternoon, we're filing a lawsuit challenging the administration's unlawful reallocation of more than $100 million in public safety and disaster relief funds away from Illinois and other states around the country. These funds, under the Homeland Security Grant Program, help states protect against acts of terrorism and are a critical source of money for networks of police departments, fire departments, emergency services, and public works departments across the country. In this latest action by the administration, the cut to Illinois funds alone is over $30 million. None of this chaos and none of these acts make us safer. To be clear, our U.S. Constitution is still the law of the land. It is generally unlawful for people to be subject to detention or search without probable cause or reasonable suspicion to believe that a crime has been committed. Due process is still required when someone is deprived of their liberty. The First Amendment still protects the right to free speech and peaceably and lawfully assemble, which includes the right to express one's views, even if those views are critical of government policies and how they're being carried out. That said, it is important to note that protesters must also comply with applicable laws. For example, the First Amendment does not allow for protesters to assault, intimidate, interfere with an officer of the United States government or local government while they are engaged in their performance, or to obstruct or impede federal civil immigration vehicles or enforcement operation. Clearly, this deployment of the federal officers into our well-policed central business district is meant to provoke Chicagoans. What the president is hoping to do is foment chaos by inciting out-of-control protests. So I urge Illinoisans, don't take the bait. There is no emergency in Chicago. Don't help him create one. Exercise your First Amendment rights, but do so peacefully, without violence or destruction of property. If you see what you believe to be civil rights being violated, use your phone or camera to document it, to bear witness. My office is monitoring these images, and so are legal and civil rights organizations around the city, the state, and the nation. I'm here to say that no president can flout the Constitution. The rule of law matters in the state of Illinois, and we will not hesitate to preserve it. At this time, I'd like to pass the mic to County Board President Tony Pretman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to thank you all for being here today and for showing your support. My county, Cook County, is home to more than 5 million people, many of whom are immigrants who came here seeking a better life for themselves and their families. Yet today, many of our friends, families, and neighbors no longer feel safe at home, at work, or in public spaces. Federal decisions to militarize ICE activity have set a dangerous precedent. ICE agents are wearing masks, breaking into homes, and carrying weapons in downtown areas. These actions have created fear and chaos across our region and are designed to intimidate our residents. ICE agents have fired tear gas, pepper spray, and rubber bullets at protesters and journalists in Broadview. In Chicago, agents in tactical gear are carrying long guns on our streets. None of this creates safety or security. It only spreads fear. On behalf of Cook County, I stand here today to call for an end to these shameless, appalling tactics. And I want to make clear, as a welcoming county, we will continue to work every day to ensure that every resident feels safe, respected, and valued. Our residents do not want to see masked individuals storming into neighborhoods, terrorizing families, and kidnapping people off our streets. They do not want to see an undocumented father with no criminal record fatally shot in their community. These extreme, un-American, and discriminatory actions by federal agents ordered by national leaders are cruel and unacceptable. Instead of leadership that unites us and invests in people, we see the emboldening of unchecked power. It's clear that federal leaders have no respect for our laws, our values, and are working to undermine the very fabric of our society. The lack of human decency shown toward immigrant families, families who contribute greatly to our culture, our economy, and our communities, is indefensible. And it doesn't stop there. We've seen similar attacks on citizens as well. Plainclothes agents, unmarked cars, and the refusal to provide identification are not signs of transparency or accountability. They're acts of cowardice. Cook County will not tolerate injustice or the inhumane treatment of people who came here seeking safety and the chance to build a better life. That's why I, along with the state, and local leaders standing here today called for accountability and justice. We must ensure that federal agencies act lawfully and respect the rights of all of our people. And now I'd like to bring to the podium Senator Villa.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I am Karina Villa. I am the state senator of the 25th Senate District. I serve as the Senate chair of the Illinois Legislative Latino Caucus, which is made up of 17 legislators from across the state. We are here to say Illinoisans will stand together and our state will not be intimidated. Donald Trump has militarized agents. He has sent them to our suburbs like my hometown of West Chicago, to Broadview, and now to our peaceful streets of downtown Chicago. These masked agents are marching through our neighborhoods, masked in technical gear and intimidating families and neighbors who are an essential part of our lives. Let's remember what you have seen. Parents attacked on their way to work, students facing ICE agents on the way to schools, protesters are shot with chemical munitions, the press being arrested. What we are seeing is the First Amendment rights, our First Amendment rights, being eroded by an authoritarian administration determined to dismantle dissent. This is not safety. This is persecution. The Illinois Legislative Latino Caucus stands united with Governor Pritzker and leaders at every level, demanding answers about the stolen life of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez and so-called Operation Midway Blitz. We demand that every Illinoisan receive the right to due process, medical care, and access to legal counsel. We are delivering on these fundamental rights with the Trust Act and my Safe Schools bill, and we will continue to legislate to make sure that Illinois remains the safest and most welcoming state in our country. Let us be absolutely clear. No president, no agent, no badge is above the Constitution. The powerful display of solidarity from our neighbors and allies on the ground has been a fierce display of resistance and courage. It has shown the true strength of our state. We will not cower. We will not cooperate with cruelty. We will continue to lend our voices to those that the Trump administration is trying to silence. We will continue to record and report ICE activity in our communities, and we will continue to stand up for every vulnerable person in our state. To every immigrant watching, you are not invisible, and you are not alone. We see you, we value you, and we will defend you. These are our cities, and this is our state. We will not back down. Ahora en español. Buenas tardes. Soy Karina Villa, senadora estatal del Distrito 25 y líder del Caucus Legislativo Latino en Illinois. Somos compuestos de 17 legisladores en todo el estado. Estamos aquí para decirle a los residentes de Illinois que estamos unidos y esto es nuestro estado y no nos vamos a dejar intimidar. Donald Trump ha mandado agentes militarizados a nuestros suburbios, como mi ciudad de West Chicago, a Broadview y ahora dentro de las calles de Chicago. Estos agentes enmascarados y armados caminan por nuestros vecindarios con equipo táctico, intimidando a las familias y vecinos que son una parte esencial de nuestra comunidad y de nuestras vidas. Recuerden lo que han visto. Padres atacados caminando al trabajo, estudiantes enfrentándose a agentes de ICE cuando van a la escuela, manifestantes gaseados y disparados con municiones químicas
periodistas arrestados y nuestros derechos constitucionales debilitados por un gobierno federal autoritario decidido a silenciar a quienes piensan diferente. Esto no es seguridad, esto es persecución. El caucus legislativo latino de Illinois se mantiene unido con el gobernador Pritzker y con líderes a través del estado de Illinois a todos niveles para exigir respuestas sobre la vida robada de Silverio Villegas González y sobre la llamada Operación Midway Blitz. Exigimos que toda persona en Illinois tenga derecho al debido proceso, atención médica y acceso a representación legal. Estamos cumpliendo con estos derechos fundamentales a través de la ley Trust y mi proyecto de ley Las Escuelas Seguras. Seguiremos legislando para que Illinois sea el estado más seguro y acogedor en el país para inmigrantes. Que quede absolutamente claro. Ningún presidente, ningún agente, ninguna insignia está por encima de la Constitución. La poderosa muestra de solidaridad de nuestras comunidades y aliados ha sido una valiente expresión de resistencia y coraje. Ha demostrado la verdadera fuerza de nuestro Estado. No nos vamos a acobardar, no nos vamos a colaborar con la crueldad. Seguiremos alzando nuestras voces por quienes la administración de Trump intentan silenciar. Seguiremos documentando y reportando la actividad de ICE en nuestras comunidades. Y seguiremos defendiendo a cada persona vulnerable en nuestro estado, a cada inmigrante que nos está viendo. No eres invisible, no estás solo. Te vemos, te valoramos y te vamos a defender. Estas son nuestras ciudades. Este es nuestro estado. No nos vamos a rendir. Y ahora le paso el micrófono a Ere Rendón. Gracias.
Buenas tardes. My name is Erendira Rendon. I'm Vice President of Immigrant Justice at the Resurrection Project. For 29 days, the immigrant community, particularly the Latino community, has been under attack. This weekend marked another dangerous escalation in the assault that is happening in our communities. DHS has admitted to members of the press that they are making enforcement decisions based on racial profiling, based on class, based on how we dress, and based on the language we speak. If you look like me, you are in danger. On Sunday, in back of the yards, ICE officers violently arrested 3 U.S. citizens on baseless charges simply for exercising their constitutional right to free speech. DHS terrorizes and showcases our pain on social media. These high visibility enforcement actions are designed to feed a media narrative that says that immigrants are the threat. But we know the truth. Immigrants power our economy. Immigrants keep prices down. Immigrants feed us. Immigrants build your homes. Immigrants, we love our families. Whew.
Sorry. Take your time.
An attack on us is an attack on all of America. That's right. This weekend's attack on workers and on families. Children were arrested this weekend. It's just the pattern of escalation that we've been seeing in our communities. It's just that it happened downtown. Right now in Broadview, there are 200 people in a place that is not a detention center. They are being held in inhumane conditions. There are no beds. There are no showers. There is limited food. They order children's meals from Subway to eat. We are not allowed to speak to any of our clients that are held in that facility. It is a black hole and people go missing for days. People are being forced to sign their voluntary departure forms, and their families are being denied access to them. DHS agencies continue to act with no respect for the law, defying court orders and attacking our community members, our faith institutions, and everybody who is protesting. There are over 60 organizations actively working to defend our communities. The Illinois Coalition for Immigrant and Refugee Rights, leading all rapid response in the hotline. The rapid response folks are our heroes. The National Immigrant Justice Center, who last week filed a lawsuit to uphold the Constitution, and dozens more. Since September 1st at the Resurrection Project, we have received over 320 requests for legal assistance. These are undocumented residents, green card holders, and 2 dreamers with DACA. And now even citizens are being arrested. This should concern every single person. I am grateful to Senator Pritzker and to all of our elected leaders who have made Illinois a safer place for us to live, even though right now we are under attack. And our message to all immigrant community continues to be the same. Primero, les quiero asegurar que también nosotros somos inmigrantes. También nosotros nos preocupamos por nuestras familias. Visit illinoisimmigrationinfo.org for up-to-date information if you have, and you can also call the hotline, the ICE Family Support Hotline at 1-855-HELP-BY-FAMILY if you see ICE. Buenas tardes, me llamo Erendira Rendón, soy vicepresidenta de Justicia para el Inmigrante en Proyecto Resurrección. Durante 29 días, la comunidad inmigrante y muy en particular la comunidad latina ha estado bajo ataque. Este fin de semana marcó otro incremento en el asalto a nuestras comunidades. DHS, el Departamento de Homeland Security, ha admitido que lo único que necesitan para parar a una persona es basado en cómo se ven, basado en cómo se visten, basado en los carros que manejamos y en el idioma que hablamos. El domingo, en el barrio de las Empacadoras, agentes de ICE arrestaron a 3 ciudadanos americanos simplemente por protegernos y ejercer su derecho de libertad de expresión. DHS está aterrorizando a nuestras comunidades y al mismo tiempo está documentando nuestro dolor y poniéndolo en las presas en las medias sociales. Estas acciones son un ataque a los inmigrantes, son un ataque a la comunidad latina. Lo que están tratando de hacer es crear una narrativa que los inmigrantes son peligrosos. Pero nosotros sabemos quiénes somos. Los inmigrantes damos de comer. Los inmigrantes
That's all right. Take your time.
Los inmigrantes construimos sus casas. Los inmigrantes limpiamos sus casas. Y a pesar de estos momentos que estamos pasando, tenemos que seguir recordando y ejerciendo nuestros derechos. Hay más de 60 organizaciones que están trabajando lo más que se pueda para poder protegernos. La Coalición Pro Derechos de Inmigrantes y Refugiados de Illinois está liderando toda la respuesta rápida con los héroes que están saliendo y tratando de sacar a ICE de nuestras comunidades. El National Immigrant Justice Center metió una demanda la semana pasada para poder defender nuestros derechos. En Proyecto Resurrección hemos recibido más de 320 solicitudes para defensa legal. Estoy agradecida con el gobernador Pritzker y con tus líderes y nuestros líderes elegidos de Illinois que están haciendo todo lo posible por defendernos en contra de este ataque que estamos viviendo. Nuestro mensaje sigue el mismo. Si ves a ICE, llama a la ayuda de ICER y también puedes visitar a la página illinoisimmigrationinfo.org para más información. Muchísimas gracias y voy a terminar con los nombres de algunas personas que esta semana fueron detenidas. Este mensaje es para Santiago Manuel Mara
Jose, Judith, Yuridia, Marcos, Juan, estamos con ustedes. Gracias. Now I'd like to welcome Jack Lavin.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Jack Lavin, President and CEO of the Chicagoland Chamber of Commerce, which represents business of all sizes and sectors across Chicago. First, I want to thank Governor Pritzker for your leadership in bringing this united front of government, business, labor, civic, faith, and community leaders together today. I've long spoken to our shared goal of improving public safety and reducing violence and the importance of true collaboration in that effort. Chicago has made real progress thanks to the leadership of Governor Pritzker, Mayor Johnson, President Preckwinkle, and the collaboration of business leaders, local law enforcement, violence prevention organizations, and our community and faith leaders. That progress is important, not just for families and neighborhoods, but for businesses, jobs, economic growth in every corner of our city. We've been investing in real collaborative solutions, investments by the state and the city in jobs for youth and community violence intervention programs, working closely with the Chicago Police Department, the Cook County State's Attorney, Illinois Attorney General Kwame Raoul, and Senate President Harmon, supporting programs like CRED, who are working every day to reduce violence and expand opportunity, and partnering with a coalition of business groups on initiatives to create jobs and programs for youth and community violence intervention programs. We have a lot more work to do, but these collaborations are making a real difference, and they reflect what actually works: constructive partnerships. That is why the sudden deployment of federal Border Patrol agents to Chicago's downtown yesterday is such a concern. We've seen in other cities how the presence of federal agents can needlessly disrupt communities, create uncertainty, and hurt economies. They scare people away from restaurants, cultural events, and our downtown, the heart of Chicago's economic engine. They deter tourists from visiting our city and employees from going to work. The needless uncertainty and unpredictability they bring discourages consumer activity, especially hurting small businesses that depend on steady foot traffic. Businesses in Chicago are already dealing with so much pressure and economic uncertainty between inflation, tariffs, fiscal issues, and other rising costs. The last thing they need is another element of uncertainty to add to their challenges. Let me be clear. Everyone shares the same goal: safer streets, stronger neighborhoods, and a thriving economy. The business community is open to partnership with the federal government, as we have always been. But partnership means working together, planning together, listening to community voices, and supporting the efforts that are already moving us in the right direction. Yesterday's actions were not any of these things, and further escalation like this would be unnecessary. Chicago is a world-class city. I'm going to say that again. Chicago is a world-class city, and any other narrative is false. We are a city of incredible beauty and unmatched strengths, a workforce and talent that are second to none, amazing transportation infrastructure, airports, and educational institutions, and an affordable and great quality of life with our restaurants and cultural institutions. We are on the path to growth and safety through collaboration. Yesterday's actions undermine that progress, create a false narrative, and undercut our shared goals. It risks slowing the very economic activity we need to keep this city moving forward. The best path forward is clear: constructive partnerships and collaboration, not distraction and disruption. We welcome federal engagement, but only if it builds on the trust and collaboration already underway. That is how we will continue to make Chicago safer, stronger, and more prosperous for everyone, and how we will build on the world-class city that we already are. Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce Reverend Sierra Bates Chamberlain.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Reverend Sierra Bakes Chamberlain with Live Free Illinois, where we organize with faith communities across the state. The federal government has persistently poured billions into harming and victimizing U.S. citizens and undocumented survivors alike. Let's be clear. In this country, we have constitutionally protected freedom of speech. To target, track, and criminalize protesters, people exercising their right to speak out against injustice is nothing less than an attempt to drag this nation toward an authoritarian rule. And hear me when I say, we will not allow it. This is not about safety. This is not about immigration. This is about wolves in sheep's clothing, quoting scripture while pushing a dangerous Christian authoritarian agenda. Very similar to another Christian nationalist leader named Vladimir Putin. This agenda is nothing more than a strategy designed to divide, dominate, and destroy. Every Illinoisan, every American must see the truth. This is not a migrant issue. This is a battle for the very soul of our country. So let us rise, let us resist. The weapons of our warfare are not of human origin. They are mighty through God to pull down strongholds. Let us protect one another and defeat hate with unshakable love. Because as Pastor Michael McBride would say, a disorganized truth cannot defeat an organized lie. So let's organize, let's unify, let's mobilize, and together we will beat back evil, defend our democracy, and claim the future that our children deserve. Thank you, and with that being said, I will return it back to Governor Pritzker.
Thank you, Reverend. Happy to take any questions from
Governor.
members of the media. Tina.
What do you see as military troops? Is that typically National Guard? Can it be something else? And then are you seeing any lessons learned from Portland?
So it's unclear what troops are being requested or potentially could be sent by the Department of War. So that's the answer to the first question. I think, as you've heard, I mean, these are unnecessary. It's a provocation, and it's my, solemn hope anyway that even now that we might be able to deter the federal government from carrying out what seems to be in progress. I spoke yesterday with the governor of Oregon. I also spoke with her the day before. We shared what was happening on the ground here, what's happening on the ground in Oregon. This is what happened yesterday afternoon. That is, they received word that a memo had been sent to the Department of War by the Department of Homeland Security, and we see things moving in that direction in Oregon. Unclear yet what the next steps might be with regard to the city of Chicago. Let me be clear. They're not communicating with the city of Chicago, with the state of Illinois, with Cook County, with Broadview, with anybody. They are going at this because, I don't know, Greg Bovino is putting up his TikTok videos, and it's giving a misimpression of what's happening on the ground. We have peaceful protesters, as they have all across the country, by the way. People are peacefully protesting. And we have, in response to that, chemical agents being fired at people. Indeed, people who are doing nothing more than sitting in their cars. Reporters being detained. So the provocation is coming from ICE, and with clear intent to have the federal government send military troops.
Governor?
Yes, Chris.
Governor, this is for you and/or the mayor of Broadview, Mayor Thompson, if she'd like to take it. But I just want to get a sense so that viewers and listeners right now understand. When journalists like my colleague in the CBS Chicago newsroom was targeted yesterday or struck yesterday, what message do you read into that? And what specifically is being done to protect journalists and protesters in Broadview now that we've reached this flashpoint?
Well, I think that it's clear that there are no rules for ICE, that they literally just believe they have the run of the place, that they can take out their aggression on the people of Broadview, on the people of the city of Chicago, that the federal government and the President of the United States have just given them carte blanche to do whatever it is that they want. Let me be clear. There have been about 1,500 people that have been detained by ICE in the city of Chicago and the surrounding areas. 1,500 people. 60% of them, no criminal record. 60%. Now think about that. Listen, terrific when they get somebody who's a criminal and take them off the streets. Fantastic. But this is not the way law enforcement ought to be allowed to operate. It's not constitutional to just round up the usual suspects, just to stop people because they're black or brown and demand papers. And if they don't have papers, to detain them and in some cases and they're carrying out his orders.
But what's being, if I can, Governor,
Yeah.
what's being done specifically to turn the tide or to try and stem the problem that's worsening by the day?
Well, remember the aggression, right, coming from ICE. That's where it's coming from, not from the protesters. We have limited ability, as you probably know, to take local law enforcement and put them at odds directly with federal law enforcement. However, we do have the ability to make sure that those protesters know what their rights are, that the people in their communities know what their rights are, and we will continue to do everything that we can to protect those rights. Let me also add, there are private organizations of attorneys, and I think you're aware of this, that have taken testimony, have taken video that's been produced often by just regular citizens and protesters, and are using that to file lawsuits on behalf of people who are being imposed upon by the aggression of ICE. That is very helpful to all of us, and that's why you heard me say earlier how important it is for people to be on alert, to narrate videos, to take video of everything that you see, because we can push them back. And that is what happened in New York, and that is what can happen here in Illinois.
Governor, is the memo, this is probably a question for you, Andy, Attorney General. Is the memo enough to warrant a lawsuit? Is that, a sort of a next steps kind of situation? And also, I guess, along with that, is there any sort of timeline on when we could see troops in Chicago?
I'll turn it over to the Attorney General to give you the official legal answer. A memo is not enough, but I know that there are actions in waiting and a lawsuit potentially in waiting.
Well, I think the governor got it right. The memo by itself is not enough. However, as the governor laid out, this is the same pattern we saw in Portland, and suffice to say, we are prepared. We've had lawyers working over the weekend in collaboration with the governor's office and others, in communication with the Oregon AG's office. We had previously started our work when the president signaled, and perhaps reference to that is helpful in this. There was previously a signal that they were going to send National Guard in a month or so ago. There was no act that followed. That's why when people ask, is there a preemptive act we could take place, they said, no, there's got to be a better trigger. No Guard was sent in. We weren't prepared then. We are prepared now.
Any sort of timeline, though, on when we could see troops here?
I'm not at the helm of the federal government or the so-called Department of War.
Attorney General, I have a question for you.
You probably have the same question, and I'm going to answer the same way, but go ahead.
So the Adams County Sheriff is still boasting about violating.
I don't do my investigations in the press. Thank you.
But is there any precedent for the ISP now assisting the Broadview Police Department in its investigation of the unprovoked attack on the CBS 2 reporter? Is there any legal precedent for that?
Is there legal precedent for what?
The ICE attack on the CBS 2 reporter, ISP is now investigating. Is there any legal precedent for ISP getting involved here?
I'm not sure what that.
I can answer. Yeah, let me take that. Yes, there is. And local law enforcement and state law enforcement work together all the time on investigations. There is precedent for doing an investigation here. I think the question will be, and it's an appropriate one when the investigation is finished, is what will the federal government do once the investigation is completed and perhaps there's wrongdoing found? Because one of the things that's very disturbing about the way Donald Trump is operating the federal government is he's done away with inspectors general. He's done away with the people who do the internal enforcement of law enforcement at the federal level. And therefore, we might have an absolute open and shut case against an officer in the end, and the federal government can choose not to take action. Now, the CBS reporter can take personal action, and indeed there are attorneys that have been looking to assist people who have been personally affected. And so on behalf of that individual, there could be a lawsuit. It is absolutely precedented for the Illinois State Police to work with local law enforcement doing an investigation of this sort.
Do you have any update on Sheriff Gruden and him violating the state's Trust Act? And
Other than that the Attorney General's office is doing an investigation.
Yeah. I'll give you a little bit more than I gave you last time. We are in touch with Sheriff Gruden, and we're going to be having a conversation. And that's all I'm going to give you.
Mayor Johnson. Shifting gears slightly, if you could, if I could. Chicago Teachers Union put out a tweet over the weekend praising Asada Shakur, despite her controversial background, her conviction for murdering a police officer. Many alders at City Hall calling for you to denounce that. Where do you stand? Do you support that tweet? And do you support CTU and what they said about Asada Shakur?
Can I give you my perspective? All right. Because I don't operate the Chicago Teachers Union's Twitter account. What I can say, though, is that Asada Shakur is an important person in the Black liberation movement who has repeatedly claimed her innocence, and that she was tried by an all-white jury at a particular time in which it was nearly impossible for Black people to receive a fair trial. I don't, and I can't, speak to anyone's claim of innocence. I certainly do not condone any acts of violence. But at a time in which it has become even increasingly clear, and we're dealing with this today, where it is commonplace for Black people to be wrongfully convicted. And so it is incumbent upon us to, recognize that we are still dealing with the sins of our foreparents, of which the city of Chicago is paying hundreds of millions of dollars to respond to individuals who were tortured and forced into false confessions. So as an important part of Black liberation, as an activist, may she rest in peace.
Mayor Thompson. Mayor Thompson.
What was your?
Do you plan to use that key to investigate any alleged wrongdoing by ICE in Chicago?
Well, what I've called for is for the federal government to operate an independent investigator to, look into, what I believe is obvious with all of us here today, that there's been, real egregious, horrific acts that have been promulgated against people, right? What I have directed my police department to do through executive order is to protect the fundamental right to peacefully assemble, to ensure that that every single department and agency knows exactly what rights have to be carried out. And what you're seeing today is a strong display of a united front. In fact, if there were ever a time for the people of the world to unite, now is the time.
Mayor Thompson, you've been critical
Sure.
of
This young lady here, please.
If I can piggyback off of James' question, more specifically, the ACLU of Illinois and other immigrant rights groups filed a notice in court on Friday talking about the unlawful arrest of 27 people. Some of those U.S. citizens. The group said they've been referred to more than 70 cases of potential violations of ICE making arrests without warrants. So more specifically, is the state or the city looking into that?
Well, look, I can speak candidly here that, the Attorney General and my corporate counsel are in regular conversations around ways in which, we can litigate, these acts. Here's what I believe is most critical here. As an entire state, from the state to the county to the city to our local municipalities, our community organizations, our faith and business community, we are all very clear that what this president is doing has certainly stepped outside of the bounds of the Constitution. You either support the Constitution or you do not. And it is clear that this president has eroded the very fundamental rights of who we are as a democracy, and we're going to use every single tool that's available to ensure that that justice prevails. Thank you.
Mayor Thompson.
I just want to add to that answer, if I may, just for a moment, that there are private organizations. I mentioned earlier that there are attorneys who have stepped up to represent individuals, including offering to represent those 27 that you referenced. And so there is legal action that can be taken and will be taken. Yes, Olivia.
Thank you. A minute ago, you said that you're still hoping you could deter what seems to be in motion here, but that a lawsuit, there's not an actual lawsuit at this point. What exactly are you hoping to do to deter these troops from coming in? And do you have any other details of where they might go if they could be in Broadview or elsewhere?
We don't know where they will be posted. We don't know that at all. My hope is that the unanimity, the show of a broad swath of the city of Chicago, the state of Illinois, standing against what the federal government is attempting to do here will once again deter them from sending military troops. I have over and over said, if you want to help us fight crime, we work all the time with FBI to fight gangs and DEA to fight drugs and ATF to fight guns. And they need help, the local offices of those federal agencies. And we would like more of them to be available to help us to go after real criminals. And so if you want to help us, that's how you can do it. And I've said that many, many times. Sending military troops who do not know how to do law enforcement, claiming it's about law enforcement. In Oregon, I might add, they're saying, as we think they will do here, right, they would come to protect ICE facilities and ICE personnel. But that is a pretext, again, for bringing troops into the city, for normalizing the militarization of our cities. And we just won't allow that. I mean, we believe that standing up, speaking out, calling on the citizenry to protest, that all of that does have a real positive effect on the question of whether they will ultimately decide to either send them or increase the number after they send some military troops. But all of us should recognize this is a violation of the Constitution. I mean, that is what they're headed for. That is what we are standing up here and decrying. And in the end, they are hurting our state, not helping. They're hurting our state. And again, you've heard it from a swath of people. There are others who haven't been able to speak, who would, I think, back up everything that each of us has said and have more to say about how this is negatively impacting the people who live in our neighborhoods.
But no further action beyond standing up here at this point.
We're doing everything that we can legally do. We are literally doing everything that we can legally. And if there are other things, if we discover them when they are suggested to us, we'll take those actions too. But it is literally like every action that we can find to do. And that's one of the reasons I talk to other governors. It's one of the reasons I talk to attorneys general beyond our own attorney general. I want to hear what all the options are. I want to know how this is, at least in my lifetime, this is truly unprecedented. And that's why it's difficult we're operating in uncharted territory.
Governor,
Yes,
when
sir.
you deliver whether to take legal action and the state resists peacefully, a lot of families are still being separated. Critics believe that the state might have failed to protect those families. What do you answer to those?
That again, we're operating in uncharted territory, that we believe in following the law in the state of Illinois. Our local, our state law enforcement, our elected officials, we are operating understanding the rule of law matters. And in the end, we have to rely upon the judiciary. And this has always been the case in the United States. That's why you have a judiciary, that to resolve these disputes. And we're working fast and furiously to deal with that. You've seen the Attorney General go after the federal government when they've taken actions against the state of Illinois. And he's winning, I might add.
And the message for the families waiting at home?
Listen, the message to everybody across the country and across the state of Illinois is stand up, speak out, protest peacefully, and show your displeasure. And in the end, and this is why everybody needs to pay attention now, you got to show up and vote. Because we're in this situation because there are a lot of people that didn't show up and vote. And I think a lot of people who did show up and vote got lied to, and they regret their votes. And we'll see what happens. If we can have an election a year from November, we'll see that this is why Donald Trump is desperately looking for any way to thwart what he knows is going to be a losing election for Republicans in 2026. Yes, of course.
No, we've now exceeded 40 lawsuits that we have actually filed, and we've gone in on amicus briefs on other lawsuits. And you may wonder why have you filed a lawsuit in this case, but you're coming in on amicus on another? That's because we lack what's called standing in those other cases. So not every case, particularly of individual rights violations, is one for the state attorney general to come in on. That's why the governor referred to other organizations that represent individuals in those matters. We can come in when the state at large is impacted, and so it does nothing to file a lawsuit where it will be dismissed based upon lack of standing.
Thank you, guys. We'll see you this week.
Thank you.
Good evening. Welcome to the final general election debate in the race for mayor of New York City. I'm Errol Lewis, political anchor here at Spectrum News New York 1, and we're coming to you live from the LaGuardia Performing Arts Center at LaGuardia Community College in Queens. Over the next 90 minutes, you're going to hear from the leading mayoral candidates about the biggest issues in New York, including the cost of living, the education crisis, and public safety. I'm joined tonight by Katie Honan of the news organization The City and Brian Lehrer of WNYC Radio and Gothamist.
Tonight's debate is brought to you by the New York City Campaign Finance Board, the city agency that administers the Public Matching Funds program. It's also sponsored by Spectrum News New York 1, WNYC Gothamist, and the news site The City, and Spectrum Noticias, and our co-sponsors, the Craig Newmark Graduate School of Journalism at CUNY, the Center for New York City and State Law at New York Law School, the Museum of the City of New York, and John Jay College of Criminal Justice. You can watch tonight's debate without a paywall on ny1.com. It is also being broadcast on NYC TV, WNYC Radio, C-SPAN, the Spectrum News YouTube page, and thecity.nyc. It's in Spanish on Spectrum Noticias and YouTube.
The candidates joining us tonight have met a fundraising threshold established by the Campaign Finance Board. The seat is currently held by Eric Adams, who has decided not to run for re-election. In alphabetical order, Andrew Cuomo is a former governor of New York running on an independent line. Zohran Mamdani is the Democratic nominee, representing parts of Queens in the state assembly since 2021. And Curtis Sliwa is the Republican nominee and the founder of the Guardian Angels.
Now for the rules. The rules you see on your screen right now have been agreed to by all of the candidates. Each candidate will deliver an opening statement of up to 45 seconds, and then answers to our questions will generally be limited to 60 seconds with a chance for rebuttals. Candidates will have an opportunity to ask one opponent one question in our cross-examination round. So let's begin. This will be the last time all three candidates will be together on stage. The next mayor will be sworn into office 71 days from now on January 1st, 2026. He will inherit a city with an affordability crisis, a tense relationship with the federal government, and millions of New Yorkers who very likely did not support him. Let's begin our debate with your opening statements to viewers. You have 45 seconds. The order was determined by a random drawing on live television this morning, and we'll begin with Curtis Sliwa. Good evening.
Thank you. It's us versus them. It's us versus the insiders and the billionaires. It's us versus Cuomo. It's us versus Zohran. This is a campaign not about power. This is a campaign about you, the people. And I know many of you hardworking New Yorkers, you tell me you've been pushed aside, you've been silenced. These are the people that have all the money, all the connections. They've made their backroom deals, but we have something more important. We have you, the people. And we're not going to be silenced anymore. We're going to fight. Tonight, I want you to look at the content of my policies, to know that I've served this city for more than 50 years, the city that I love. And I'm going to share with you my vision to make New York City safer again, to make New York City more affordable again, and where everybody once again can live the American dream.
Thank you. Next is Andrew Cuomo. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. New York's first, thank you to the moderators. Thank you all for being here. And go Knicks, go Knicks, go Knicks. I hope we get an update on the score. New York is the greatest city on the globe, but we are at a pivotal moment. And the voters are going to have to decide in this election what candidate has the plan to save the city and what candidate can get it done, not just talk about it. My main opponent has no new ideas. He has no new plan. It's Bill de Blasio rehash, and we know how that turned out. He's never run anything, managed anything. He's never had a real job. I will hire 5,000 new police, build 500,000 new units. I will cut taxes. I will grow jobs. And I will end this hate-mongering and division that is tearing this city apart, because that's not who we are as New Yorkers. You know I can make change. You know I can make government work. I've done it before. I'll be ready on day one.
Okay, thank you. Next is Zohran Mamdani. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you to the moderators, and thank you to New Yorkers for tuning in. I know you'd rather be watching the Knicks. While there are three candidates on this stage, you will hear only two messages. My opponents, who spend more time trying to convince the other to drop out than actually proposing their own policies, will speak only of the past, because that's all that they know. I am the sole candidate running with a vision for the future of this city. Andrew Cuomo will spend much of tonight attacking me. He is a desperate man, lashing out because he knows that the one thing he's always cared about, power, is now slipping away from him. He will amplify right-wing talking points, he will share conspiracy theories, and he will do these things to make you feel that this should keep you up at night. But I've been spending the last year listening to New Yorkers, and I know what actually keeps you up. It's whether or not you can afford to live a safe and dignified life in this city. I have plans for our future. My opponents only have fear.
Thank you very much, candidates. Let's start tonight with some breaking news that happened yesterday afternoon when federal agents descended on Canal Street, arresting street vendors who have been selling counterfeit designer merchandise for as long as any of us can remember. This is the first time we've seen major federal law enforcement activity in the city outside of arrests at Immigration Court in Lower Manhattan. And some critics are now ringing an alarm bell, calling it a dangerous and unprecedented use of federal agents in New York City. Others say that the vendors were a major quality of life problem in the neighborhood that the NYPD had ignored. So the candidate, I'll ask each of you to respond to this. How should the mayor and the NYPD have handled both the presence of the street vendors and then the federal action. We'll start with you, Mr. Cuomo.
I've had a lot of dealings with President Trump. And there's only one way to deal with him. He puts his finger in your chest, and you have to put your finger right back in his chest. I've actually had this situation with ICE interfering in New York before. It was upstate New York where ICE just showed up and started to take action. And I called the president, and I went down to the White House, and I said, that doesn't work in New York. You don't send ICE in without coordinating with our police. It's not smart, it's duplicative, and it's dangerous. We don't need ICE to do quality of life crimes. We don't need them to worry about illegal vendors. That's a basic policing function for NYPD, Consumer Affairs, etc. I would have called the president and I would have said, look, you're way out of bounds, they're way out of bounds, call them back or I'm going to have the NYPD step in and stop them because this is not their jurisdiction. You're in the city of New York.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani.
ICE is a reckless entity that cares little for the law and even less for the people that they're supposed to serve. What we need to be doing here in our city is to end the chapter of collaboration between City Hall and the federal government, which we've seen under Mayor Adams. What we need to do is actually pass the street vending reform bills that have been in the City Council, some of which that this mayor has actually overridden. That's an example of how we can both protect street vendors, ensure quality of life, and leave no stone unturned in delivering for the people of this city, as opposed to working with a president who is looking to declare war on those same people.
Mrs. Sliwa.
Unlike both of my adversaries, I patrolled that area many times, Church and Canal. And as you said, Errol, that activity has been going on for a long time. Selling the knockoff, sometimes stolen contraband by a series of people. The local 5th Precinct, they make arrests when they have obviously cause to do so, and they complain that they have to release them because of no cash bail, of which both of my adversaries are in favor of and I'm not. The feds should not have stepped into this situation. There is not communication between the local authorities and the feds. This is a matter that should have been left up to the NYPD. But we can't tolerate citizens attacking our federal law enforcement forces in the street because then that will just lead to anarchy.
Let me ask a related question. President Trump has been commenting on this race and all of you on a regular basis. He's been less than glowing when talking about each of you, especially you, Mr. Mamdani. I'd like you each to describe whatever combination of defiance, diplomacy, and cooperation you will use as mayor if President Trump continues to increase the federal government's role in the affairs of our city while also threatening to decrease funding. Start with you this time, Mr. Sliwa.
Well, both my adversaries have decided to bump chess with President Trump to prove who's more macho. You can't beat Trump. He holds most of the cards. He's already cut federal funding for Medicaid, for the SNAP program, and it's threatened to cut funds for NYCHA. So if you're all of a sudden going to get adversarial, you're going to lose. And who gets hurt? The people of New York City. With Trump, it's always the art of the deal. You have to go, you have to try to negotiate, whether it's with his minions or himself. He'll want you to give in order to get a little bit. But if you immediately act like you're going to take him on, like, it's going to be a one-on-one fight, we're going to lose. All the people in New York City are going to lose. You have to be able to show respect. And I think if you show respect, you'll get respect and you'll protect the New Yorkers who are so desperately in need of federal funds. What's the good of it? They'll bump chess with Donald Trump. They won't get the money, and then they'll blame Donald Trump. I will negotiate with Donald Trump and try to get the best deal possible for our poor and indigent citizens.
Okay, Mr. Cuomo.
Yeah, the difference on this question is I've actually lived it and I've done it with President Trump over many years through the most difficult situation that this country has gone through, COVID plus. You're wrong. You're going to have to confront President Trump. He is hyper-aggressive, and he is going to overstep his bounds. And you are going to have to confront him. And you can beat him. I confronted him, and I have beaten him. He was going to quarantine New York during COVID, and I stopped him. He was going to cut aid to federal programs, and I stopped him. But you also want to be in a place where you can cooperate on good things, because we need federal help if we're going to save our city and rebuild our city. President Trump has to respect you. He sent the National Guard into 20 cities. City he didn't send it into? New York. Because I talked to him and I said, we don't need you here. He has said he'll take over New York if Mamdani wins, and he will, because he has no respect for him. He thinks he's a kid and he's going to knock him on his tuchus. So it is a balance, but you're going to have to be adversarial when you need to, but you want to cooperate to get good things done in this city, and you need federal help.
Mamdani.
We first just heard from the Republican candidate for mayor, and then we heard from Donald Trump's puppet himself, Andrew Cuomo. You could turn on TV any day of the week, and you will hear Donald Trump share that his pick for mayor is Andrew Cuomo. And he wants Andrew Cuomo to be the mayor, not because it will be good for New Yorkers, but because it will be good for him. Look, Donald Trump ran on 3 promises. He ran on creating the single largest deportation force in American history. He ran on going after his political enemies, and he ran on lowering the cost of living. If he wants to talk to me about the 3rd piece of that agenda, I will always be ready and willing. But if he wants to talk about how to pursue the 1st and 2nd piece of that agenda at the expense of New Yorkers, I will fight him every single step of the way.
Okay. Short rebuttal from Mr. Cuomo.
That's not what Donald Trump said. Donald Trump does an analysis of the race. Donald Trump, I believe, wants Mamdani. That is his dream, because he will use him politically all across the country, and he will take over New York City. Make no mistake. It will be President Trump and Mayor Trump, and he will come in and take over the city. I have no doubt. All he said was, his analysis is after the polls, it's a tough choice between a Democrat and a communist. And he considers Mamdani a communist. He happens to be a socialist. But between a communist and a Democrat, it's a tough choice for him.
Okay. All right. Thank you, candidates. Brian wants to talk to you about some important issues on the minds of New Yorkers.
Hi, candidates. Thank you for coming tonight. And the cost of living is our next topic. You've all cited it as a major factor, and of course, so many New Yorkers are experiencing this, especially when it comes to rising housing costs. And many New Yorkers were shocked this week as a new report from the group Advocates for Children revealed that about 154,000 New York City public school students have been homeless at some point during the last year. 65,000 lived in homeless shelters. Even more were in doubled up situations with no home of their own. It's never been over 150,000 before, they tell us. And it amounts to 1 in 7 New York City kids. As mayor, how would each of you tackle this problem to help this vulnerable population? And in this round, we're going to go Mr. Mamdani, Mr. Cuomo, Mr. Sliwa. So Mr. Mamdani, you go first.
This is a stain on our city. To see this many children in our public school system be homeless, and to know that this is the 9th consecutive year that it's more than 100,000 of those children. What we need to do is ensure that next year is not the same. And we are going to do that by building the housing necessary such that New Yorkers are not priced out of this city or forced to live in shelters. And that's why my campaign is going to deliver 200,000 new affordable homes across the 5 boroughs, all while freezing the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants. Now, in the public school system, we also have a program called Every Child and Family is Known. It links a child who is living in a homeless shelter with an employee of the public school system. It also links that employee with the child's family. It's been shown to increase attendance records, self-esteem, a level of belonging in that school system. I am going to increase that pilot program to more than 200 schools, and we're going to do it because we have to deliver for these children.
Mr. Cuomo. Zoran is a great actor. He missed his calling. Freeze the rent sounds great. Yeah, it affects about 25% of the number of housing units in the city of New York. It's not a new idea. Bill de Blasio did it. It turned out to be a debacle. And it does nothing for 75% of the units. And for the 25, it just postpones the increase and actually causes us to lose units because landlords took them off the market.
Jump in and ask you to address the homeless children question, and we will get to rent freeze.
Yeah, well, the answer to homeless children is you need more affordable housing. And I'm saying freeze the rent was done under de Blasio. It doesn't work. It's a canard and just a great three-word slogan for TikTok. The way to increase availability of affordable housing is to build affordable housing. I was the HUD secretary. I did it all across the country. We have 1% vacancy rate. We're not building enough affordable housing, and you need a competent, productive government to do that. And that's what I've done across the country, across the state, make government work. You get the supply up, the rents will come down.
Thank you, Mr. Sliwa. Okay, Mr. Mamdani, you were named, so you get 30 seconds.
We are in the 9th consecutive year of more than 100,000 children in the New York City public school system being homeless. That means it began when Andrew Cuomo was the governor. And what did he do? What did he do about it? He did not do anything. He spent more money on a singing water fountain at LaGuardia Airport than he did on the average cost of an affordable housing unit. That is the record that we have in display, and what we need is a change in this city, not more of the same.
Yeah, but if I may, the homeless issue, number of homeless since I left has more than doubled during his administration and the state's administration. Since I left, homeless rate has more than doubled. When I left, the vacancy rate on housing was 4.5%. It's now 1%. This man never even proposed a bill on housing or education. Never even proposed a bill.
Keep going back and forth between the two of you. Mr. Sliwa, it's your turn.
Andrew, you didn't leave. You fled from being impeached by the Democrats in the state legislature. Leave. You fled. But let's get back on topic, because I'm the only candidate up here who's been into many of the over 300 Department of Homeless Services shelters. And the family shelters are unsafe for the families there. We have to make them safer. We have to bring teachers into the shelter. Many times, the mothers or the guardian have to get on bus after bus and take them to a school that's 2 or 2.5 hours away. This is a horror situation that's taking place. And we have to prioritize this, because this number of homeless children is going to grow. It takes 5 years to build affordable housing. We need to address it in the shelters itself to be able to handle it so that the teachers can come in, whether they're public school teachers, charter school teachers, and I know there are a number of parochial school teachers who love children who would volunteer their efforts to do that.
We're going to give it to Katie Honan now to ask about another aspect of affordable housing.
We're going to switch to the millions of New Yorkers who are renters, specifically those in rent-regulated apartments. There are more than 1 million New Yorkers living in these units, most of them rent-stabilized. Mr. Mamdani, you've proposed a rent freeze for these tenants. Mr. Cuomo, you don't support that, and you've proposed a new means test for having a rent-stabilized apartment. Mr. Mamdani, our question, how can you know in advance what the balance between landlord needs and tenant needs will be in future years? We've seen a lot of inflation in recent years. Haven't small landlords felt that pinch as well? And then we have other questions for the other candidates.
You know, we've seen time and again mayors use their power with the Rent Guidelines Board to hike the rent on those same more than 2 million New Yorkers. This same Rent Guidelines Board did a study that found that landlords of those units had seen their profits increase by more than 12%. Their response? Hike the rent on rent-stabilized tenants who have a median household income of $60,000. I believe that tenants across our city deserve relief, and I also believe that city government can work to alleviate the pressures for landlords of those units without having to put that burden on those same tenants. It's possible to keep New Yorkers in this city and to help landlords with rising insurance costs, water bills, Con Edison, and a broken property tax system.
Thank you. Mr. Sliwa, what's your proposal for helping New Yorkers with the historically high rent burdens in either stabilized or market rate units?
Well, the first thing, we have 6,000 empty apartments in NYCHA. That is a sin. That's what the mayor can control right away. We need to move those families with children in. For those who live in rent-stabilized apartments and have their rent subsidized, Zoran Mandami, we need to make sure that the big realtors, that they have to pay a vacancy tax because they're holding off on those apartments. They're not putting them out into the marketplace because they want to flip the building. Not for the mid-sized landlords or the small landlords. They need the help. And there are a number of people in the outer boroughs. They own a home. They live on the property. They're not absentee landlords. 2, 3, 4 apartments, and they're deciding not to put them in the marketplace when somebody either leaves or dies because they have to deal with tenant-landlord court, which is an absolute nightmare for small landlords. We got to make sure it's a fair playing field so that the tenants are protected, but the landlords are protected so they're not stuck with squatters for 4, 5, or 6 years, which destroys their equity and forces them to leave.
Thank you. Mr. Cuomo, you signed a law in 2019 repealing a means test to live in a rent-stabilized apartment. What's your position now, and what changed in that?
The 2019 law was added tenant protections that had never been added before, and protections against tenant evictions. But to answer your question, you cannot, Zoran said, the tenant doesn't have to pay more rent, but we're going to cover the landlord's costs. No, you can't do both, and that's not what happened. We did freeze the rent with de Blasio. We lost units because the landlords took them off the market because you weren't covering their costs. The reason the Rent Guidelines Board went up after the freeze was because you had to make up for all the backlog of costs. And this, I'm going to freeze the rent. And people think it applies to all of them. No, just the 25% of the units that are rent stabilized. And by the way, it's all BS because the mayor doesn't have the power to do it anyway. The Rent Guidelines Board does, and he doesn't control the Rent Guidelines Board. So nothing is going to happen. It's all this. It's just more political blather.
Mr. Mamdani, you were invoked. You can respond.
You know, if you want a candidate for mayor who tells you everything that he cannot do, then Andrew Cuomo should be your choice. If you want a candidate for mayor who will use every tool at their disposal, including the 9 appointees at the Rent Guidelines Board, all of whom are appointed by the mayor, then I am the candidate for you.
We have to go to Errol, sir. I'm sorry, you weren't named, so I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We're going to go to Errol, talk about development.
My name was invoked. Can I get the rebuttal? Quickly. Okay, quickly. The mayor doesn't appoint the Rent Guidelines Board. He's wrong. They are appointed to a term, and they're on holdovers. And when the term is over, you can appoint. But it takes a number of years to get control.
Okay, understood. Candidates, right now we are just blocks away from the site of the Long Island City rezoning plan, which has been under consideration for a decade at this point, and in its latest version would create 15,000 new apartments. That plan, like the recently passed City of Yes 5-borough rezoning, reflects a reality that hundreds of thousands of units, as many as 1 million new units, will be needed in New York City over the next 10 years. What is your plan to get new units built quickly? And the order of this will be Mr. Cuomo, then Mr. Sliwa, then Mr. Mamdani.
Yeah, Sliwa said before it takes 5 years to build affordable housing. No, it doesn't. No, it shouldn't. That's an incompetent government. You can actually get competent government and well-managed government. I built LaGuardia Airport, even though he doesn't like it, in 4 years, okay? So don't tell me it takes 5 years to build a housing unit. You have to redo HPD. You have to change the entire organizational structure. You have the zoning, but you have to start hundreds, if not thousands, of sites simultaneously. Private sector developers, partner with not-for-profits, partner with CDCs, use city-owned sites, use air rights, make a deal with the unions. But this has to be the #1 priority. The way I did 2nd Avenue Subway or the Mario Cuomo Bridge, the Kosciuszko Bridge. This project is thousands of housing developments being accelerated, expedited, facilitated at one time. And we need 500,000 units. That's the way you're going to make New York City affordable and still allow the talent to come here.
Okay, Mr. Sliwa.
I'm the only candidate here on the stage who is opposed to the city of yes. Both my adversaries are for it. Make sure on election day when you turn over your ballot and you have the initiatives, you vote no. And you know how oftentimes I've been accused, how are you going to work with the Democratic-controlled city council? I, Adrian Adams, and the predominant Democrats, including many of them very liberal and progressive, believe no to yes. I have a simple plan. It takes a year. We have 25 Empire State buildings that would be empty and just have office space that'll never be used because business doesn't operate the way it used to. Retrofit them to affordable apartments. Most are in Manhattan. The infrastructure is there. You set up a partnership with developers. It'll put men and women to work, and you'll get your affordable apartments a lot quicker and not be a burden to the outer boroughs and the residential communities because you're in the back pockets, Andrew, of the developers who wine-dined and pocket-lined you.
Let me ask you a follow-up on that, Mr. Sliwa. Do you think each elected city council member should have basically veto power over whether or not housing gets built in their district?
Absolutely. Local control. Community boards should have their say. What happened to zoning? We throw it out. Eric Adams, this city of yes is on steroids, and he went wild taking care of his developer friends as he knew he would be one and done. I told you he was corrupt. I told you there would be chaos, and I warned you in 2021. You should have elected me mayor then.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani.
We need to build more housing all across New York City. Today, New York City builds about 4 houses for 1,000 people. Jersey City's at 7. Tokyo is at about 10. We need to do this by streamlining the processes of private sector construction across the city, by ensuring we're building more around hubs of mass transit, and we also need to ensure that the public sector is building truly affordable housing. And what I mean by truly affordable is housing that is built with the median household income in mind, which is $70,000 for a family of 4. And that's why my administration will do exactly that, scaling up programs we already had in HPD, like senior affordable rental apartments, SARA, like Ella, extremely low-level affordability. These are the kinds of programs that will deliver a city that New Yorkers can actually afford.
There was reference to the 3 housing-related charter amendment questions. I know Mr. Cuomo is on the record as saying he favors them. We just heard Mr. Sliwa say that he's against them. Where do you stand on those?
I'm appreciative that those measures will be on the ballot and that New Yorkers will be able to cast their votes for them. I know that we desperately need to build more housing in this city, and I also know that the jobs we create in the building of that housing should be good jobs as well.
What a political answer. What is your opinion, Zoran?
Yes or no?
Come on.
Yes or no?
What is your opinion? Yes or no, Zoran? Truth. Don't be a politician here.
I got it. They're pointing out what I was about to answer the question.
No, I think on the stage you can see 2 people appealing for the Republican Party's votes. And myself.
Answer the question. Answer the question for once.
My question to you was, do you support the 3 ballot amendment questions?
I have not yet taken a position on those ballot amendment questions.
Oh, what a shocker.
All right.
What a shocker.
We're going to move on.
Don't worry, once he takes it, he'll change it anyway.
We're going to move it on. We're going to move on. The candidates, the rhetoric on the campaign trail has become more heated in recent weeks. We have reached a point where 2 of the candidates on stage here tonight have armed security. I would like to spend a few minutes to see if we can dial down the rhetoric. Mr. Mamdani, some Jewish New Yorkers continue to say that your comments on Israel and the war in Gaza leave them feeling unsafe and concerned about their future in our city. Recently, several prominent New York rabbis took the unusual step of denouncing your candidacy, including the rabbi of the Park Avenue Synagogue in Manhattan and Rabbi Michael Miller, the longtime leader of the Jewish Community Relations Council, who is a friend to many of us. Do you have any regrets about how you've dealt with these issues? And will your longstanding views on the subject get in the way of your ability to be an effective mayor?
I look forward to being a mayor for every single person that calls this city home. Not just those who voted for me in the Democratic primary, not just those that vote for me in this general election, but all 8.5 million New Yorkers. And that includes Jewish New Yorkers who may have concerns or opposition to the positions that I've shared about Israel and Palestine. You know, just a few weeks ago, I was on the M57, the slowest bus in New York City. And as I was seated there, there was a speech therapist who was sitting next to me. She told me that she was Jewish. She said that her daughter was a huge fan, but that she was not yet decided on who she was going to vote for. And she shared to me about her fears in this city, about rising anti-Semitism. And I told her what I will tell New Yorkers today, which is that I will be the mayor who doesn't just protect Jewish New Yorkers, but also celebrates and cherishes them, who doesn't just increase funding to hate crime prevention programs by 800%, who doesn't just ensure that the NYPD are outside of synagogues and temples on the high holy days, but also actually delivers on the implementation of the Hidden Voices curriculum in our school system so that children in this city learn about the beauty and the breadth of the Jewish experience right here in the 5 boroughs.
Okay, I've got a different. Yeah, but can I just comment on that, please? You know, not everything is a TikTok video. You're the savior of the Jewish people. You won't denounce, globalize the intifada, which means kill Jews. There's unprecedented fear in New York. It was not several rabbis, Errol. It was 650 rabbis who signed the letter, not several.
Let me ask you a related question, Mr. Cuomo. Many New Yorkers have serious grievances with Israel and the way the Israeli government under Benjamin Netanyahu has conducted the war in Gaza and expanded settlements in the West Bank. What would you say to and how would you handle New Yorkers who are in the streets, if you were mayor, protesting the actions of the Netanyahu government?
Fine. That's your right. Protest, demonstrate, disagree. God bless America. God bless New York City. And there is no doubt that there's two sides on what's going on, and the passions are very high. That doesn't justify anti-Semitic behavior in New York. It doesn't justify having a Jewish population that feels unprotected in New York. It doesn't justify leaders who stoke the flames of hatred against Jewish people, which is what Zoran does, in my opinion.
I'll give him a chance to answer, and then we'll go to Mr. Sliwa.
You know, I've heard from Jewish New Yorkers about their fears about anti-Semitism in this city. And what they deserve is a leader who takes it seriously, who roots it out of these 5 boroughs, not one who weaponizes it as a means by which to score political points on a debate stage.
Mr. Sliwa.
Excuse me, Mr. Cuomo, it's my turn, all right? It's like 2 kids in a schoolyard.
Yeah, I heard you on the radio this morning.
Zoran, this is personal for me. I know you are under threat. The mother of my 2 youngest sons who are raised Jewish, Melinda Katz, is prosecuting this person who came up and tried to do you harm. But let me speak on behalf of my 2 sons. When they've heard some of the statements you've made, like in support of global jihad, and I hear some people out there saying the Jews, their time is due, which means the same thing. They're frightened, they're scared. They view you as the arsonist who fanned the flames of anti-Semitism. They cannot suddenly accept the fact that you're coming in like a firefighter and you're going to put out these flames. You've got a lot of explaining to do, a lot of apologizing to do. My sons are afraid. Their family, their friends, many in the Jewish community are concerned if you become mayor because they don't think when anti-Semitism rears its ugly head, which it's now doing more than ever before, that you will have the ability to come in and put out those flames of hate.
Okay, yeah, you can.
I think there is room for disagreement on many positions and many policies, but I also want to correct the record. I have never, not once, spoken in support of global jihad. That is not something that I have said, and that continues to be ascribed to me, and frankly, I think much of it has to do with the fact that I am the first Muslim candidate to be on the precipice of winning this election. Now, all the same, Curtis, I do still want to be the mayor that will keep your sons safe, that will keep every single New Yorker safe. And it is my job to not only deliver on that commitment, but also to ensure that New Yorkers feel it every single day that they live in this city.
Okay, candidates, Brian's going to take us into the next section.
Thank you, Errol. And the next section is some individual political questions, one for each of you. Let me start with you, Mr. Cuomo, then Katie will ask a question of Mr. Sliwa and Errol to Mr. Mamdani. Mr. Cuomo, the last time most New Yorkers saw you before this campaign was when you resigned your seat as governor under scandal in 2021. The most recent Quinnipiac University poll in this race shows that 54% of likely voters say you're unethical. Meanwhile, you also have strained relations with Governor Hochul, State Attorney General Letitia James, and others. What would you say right now to New Yorkers who have questions about your moral compass and concerns that you cannot effectively work with other elected officials?
Yeah, well, first, you somewhat misstated the facts, but I resigned because there was allegations made. I didn't want to waste the time and distract state government. I knew it was going to take a long time to sort out. I left, which I thought was respectful to state government. We sorted it out legally. Nothing came from any of the allegations. I was dropped from the cases. You know that. We've had this discussion 4 times, but you like to talk about the past rather than today. I chose Governor Kathy Hochul. I would have no problem working with her. The legislature, I got 11 budgets passed on time. Most in modern political history. They haven't gotten one done on time since I was there. So don't tell me who knows how to work with the legislature. And a mayor being able to deal with that legislature is key. Because don't kid yourself, I've watched every governor and mayor since Ed Koch. There is a tension between the city and the state. The city's arguing for its budgets, the state is saying no, and the city has been getting screwed by the state, and that has to change, and the city has to be doing better.
Thank you. Katie?
New Yorkers, you've often presented yourself as more of a well-known New York character than a serious policy expert. Your critics have said your candidacy is making it more likely that Zohran Mamdani can win the election. What do you say to them and to others who feel that while your name recognition has seen a boost, your candidacy is not helpful to New Yorkers, including those who share your views?
Number one, I have 13 campaign offices open. I'm throughout the outer boroughs. You see the excitement and energy of the working class people that I represent. I am the Republican populist candidate representing the working class, and I'm also, Katie, the candidate on the independent line, first ever, put together by my wife Nancy, who loves animals like so many. Save the animals, no-kill shelters, animal abusers go to jail. So people know that I'm not just running to protect people, which has been my life as leader of the Guardian Angels. I'm there to protect our pets and animals, because remember, Mahatma Gandhi said, a society that does not take care of its animals does not take care of its people. Homeless, emotionally disturbed, veterans. I'm out there every day tending to their needs with the Guardian Angels, doing things that the city and state should have been doing a long time ago, but neglected them and instead spent $7 billion on migrants that we don't even know. That is a disgrace. We should be there for our own people who are suffering and wallowing in desperation and despair.
Okay, Mr. Mamdani. You have criticized the politics of the past where leaders either avoid taking a stand on a key issue or try to be all things to all people. But at times during this campaign, you've carefully avoided answering tough questions. We saw an instance just a few minutes ago when I asked about how you plan to vote on those ballot initiatives next month. We've asked whether you support a major rezoning push for part of Queens, some of which is in your district. You've been unclear about how you think the city schools should be run, its governance structure. How is that different from politics as usual?
When it comes to our schools, I believe that every single child deserves to have an excellent public education. And we have not seen that under the stewardship of those schools with this mayoral administration. We have not seen it because we are not fully funding those schools. We are not on track to comply with the class size mandates of those schools. We are not even on track to ensure greater literacy levels across those schools, despite the strides that have been taken with NYC REITs. When it comes to rezoning, I've been very clear that I will always celebrate the addition of additional housing units across the city. I also believe that Gantry State Park and Queensbridge Park should be one contiguous park. Those are things that one can believe at the same time. And My critiques of the politics of the past is right here on the stage. You can see in Andrew Cuomo someone who had 10 years to deliver on so much of what he's spoken about. He says that taking 5 years to build affordable housing is the sign of an incompetent government. By his own words, that means he must have led an incompetent government. That is what we are seeing, because that is the record that is actually on offer.
Yeah, go ahead. I understand my friend doesn't really understand government. The governor doesn't build housing in New York City.
Not if it's you.
No, legally, there are jurisdictions. The governor doesn't pick up trash. He doesn't run the fire department. That's what the mayor does. The mayor builds housing. The state allocates funding for localities. And I allocated more funding for housing than any governor in the history of the state of New York. All right? I did things. You have never had a job. You've never accomplished anything. There's no reason to believe you have any merit or qualification for 8.5 million lives. You don't know how to run a government. You don't know how to handle an emergency. And you've literally never proposed a bill on anything that you're now talking about in your campaign. You had the worst attendance record in the assembly. And you gave yourselves the highest raise in the United States of America. You went from $110,000 to $140,000, and then you never showed up for work, and you missed 80% of the votes. Shame on you. Shame on you.
No, it is always a pleasure to hear Andrew Cuomo create his own facts at every debate stage. We just had a former governor say in his own words that the city has been getting screwed by the state. Who was leading the state? It was you.
Governor Hochul.
You were leading the state for
Governor
10 years,
Hochul.
screwing the city.
No.
You cut homelessness
as a legislator,
funding. You cut funding for the MTA.
You as a legislator.
You did all these things, my
That's
friend.
the past 4 years. It's the past 4 years.
Okay, guys, I didn't want to have to do this, but you understand how this works. You can't talk over each other. Nothing works if you do that. I believe we've heard your response. I wanted to give you a quick word, and then we're going to move on.
I heard the both of them again fighting like kids in the schoolyard. Zoran, your resume could fit on a cocktail napkin, and Andrew, your failures could fill a public school library in New York City.
Okay. Go ahead, Teddy.
We're going to move now to public safety. And there was some breaking news from the New York Times that you, Mr. Mamdani, would ask Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch to stay on as police commissioner if you are indeed mayor. I wanted to confirm if that was true. And for Mr. Cuomo and Mr. Sliwa, would you ask the current police commissioner to stay on if you were elected? So, Mr. Mamdani, we'll start with you.
Yes, I can confirm that reporting. My administration will be relentless in its pursuit of safety and affordability for every New Yorker. And the delivery of that will require us to put together a team of the best and the brightest. Eric Adams stacked the upper echelons of the NYPD with corruption and incompetence. Commissioner Tisch took on a broken status quo, started to deliver accountability, rooting out corruption, and reducing crime across the 5 boroughs. I've said time and again that my litmus test for that position will be excellence, and the alignment will be of that position. And I am confident that under a Mamdani administration, we continue to deliver on that same mission and do so while creating the Department of Community Safety to ensure that mental health experts were the ones responding to the mental health crisis. Because safety and justice is at the cornerstone of our pursuit of public safety, and in doing so, we will also be able to deliver our agenda for affordability.
Thank you. And very briefly, quickly, Mr. Sliwa and Mr. Cuomo, would you ask Commissioner Tisch to stay on if you were elected mayor?
Yes, I would, for stability, but then again, I don't think she would serve with either Cuomo or Zoran because she has railed against no cash bail. Cuomo, the architect of no cash bail, Zoran, the apprentice of no cash bail. That's why criminals are running in the street.
And Mr. Cuomo, would you ask her to stay on?
I would ask her to stay on. I don't believe Zoran when he says he would ask her to stay on. The DSA's position, his position has been to defund, disband the police. She wouldn't take that. His current position, today's position was freeze the budget. That would cause a reduction in police. She has called for more police. I've called for more police. Mayor Adams has called for more police. So their philosophies are totally in Congress. incongruous. DSA calls for eliminating misdemeanors. He wants to decriminalize prostitution. I don't think she would support any of that.
Well, we can't speak for her. She's not here. But I will ask the public safety question, and we'll start with you, Mr. Sliwa. The issues of crime and disorder on the streets. The NYPD says the crime is going down in all major categories, most major categories, but to New Yorkers, they're still concerned with disorder and their own unique perception of crime. Do you think addressing quality of life concerns helps prevent more serious crimes, and how would you deploy the city's police force to deal with those serious violent crimes and also quality of life offenses like disorderly conduct and retail theft? Mr. Sliwa.
First off, I've been in all 350 neighborhoods. I'm the only candidate that's on the subway each and every day. I've yet to hear from one New Yorker who said they feel safer either in the subways or the streets. And Eric Adams constantly heckling at us like it's the perception. No, it's the reality of crime. We need 7,000 police officers. We are badly understaffed. We need to get police officers in the subways actually patrolling the moving cars where people are most threatened and most frightened. And we need to bring back the homeless outreach unit that was disbanded when de Blasio took $1 billion out of the budget. These were men and women police officers who already had with them medical nurses and healthcare practitioners, but it was de Blasio who abolished it, and they've been talking about bringing something back ever since, but they never do it. Because I'm out there in the subways every day and I never see it. And when I'm mayor, it gets done on day one. The homeless outreach unit is put back into the NYPD.
Thank you. Mr. Mamdani.
You know, when I hear from New Yorkers of where they feel least safe, they will often tell me the subway system. And when they explain those moments to me, what they are often explaining is a mental health crisis in our city and a crisis of homelessness that has only continued to grow. And that is why, at the heart of our public safety agenda, is a groundbreaking proposal to not only reduce crime, but address these very moments of unease for New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs by creating a Department of Community Safety that will be focused on the mental health crisis, focused on homelessness, and will ensure that police officers can focus on serious crimes. Because in 2020, the response time for those officers was less than 11 minutes. Today, it's closer to 16 minutes. And that's because every year, they are now responding to 200,000 mental health calls, when those are calls that could by and large be taken by experts trained on responding to that very crisis.
Thank you. Mr. Cuomo.
Yeah. The answer is always a new government agency. It's manage the system, manage the public safety system. We know how to do this. Mayor David Dinkins did it when we had a real crime problem. Hire more police officers. Of course, you have to deal with the mentally ill. Of course, that requires mental health specialists with police, because the situation can be dangerous. But hire the 5,000 more cops, because they're all quitting, because they're getting worked too hard. You're going to have to raise the starting salary, because nobody wants to be a cop today, the way they're treated. Put 1,500 in the subways. Forget this Zoran idea of not prosecuting misdemeanors. Prosecute misdemeanors. Those are quality of life crimes. And that's very important. Yes, the subways are scary, but it's scary in their neighborhood too. Those quality of life crimes also have to be addressed.
Mr. Murray.
No matter how many times Andrew Cuomo describes it as my idea or my policy, I have never once stated that we were not going to prosecute misdemeanors. And that is what you see from the former governor, is someone who spends more time talking about the platforms of other organizations and other individuals than the one that I've actually put forward, or the one that he is supposed to be running on.
Now we'll hear from Brian for another question.
Can I just respond to that accusation?
Whether it's misdemeanors or felonies, no cash bail releases them back into the streets, and both of you are for no cash bail.
I want to move on. You'll get your opportunities, I think, because I want to bring up a particular crime concern, and that is violence among younger New Yorkers, specifically teenagers. My question is, what is your stance on the statewide Raise the Age law, which increased the age of adult criminal responsibility from 16 years old to 18 for most crimes. Police Commissioner Tisch says, quote, "The mentality on the street is that nothing happens to those under 18 who possess a gun." So would you support modifying raise the age in any way? And Mr. Mamdani, since you just announced that you would invite Commissioner Tisch to stay on, would you go along with her on this?
I would not support changes to the state's legislation, and I would not support them because the major issue with the implementation of that legislation has been the fact that there is hundreds of millions of dollars that was supposed to be delivered alongside that law that is still languishing in Albany. And I am excited to be the next mayor of this city to finally fight for the money that this city is owed to ensure that we deliver it to our young people across the 5 boroughs.
Mr. Cuomo.
What I was referring to before is Zoran is a member of the DSA, Democratic Socialists of America. They have a charter. He gives them 3% of his salary. He has said multiple times, I'm a DSA member, I pledge allegiance. They say abolish jails, defund police, don't enforce misdemeanors. Go to my website, andrewcuomo.com. It's right on the front page. Now, is he lying to the DSA? Is he lying to New York? Is he lying to everybody? Who knows? On the raise the age, I passed the law. I support the law. We were one of only 2 states that put 16 and 17-year-olds in adult prisons. It was inhumane. It was cruel and unusual, and I'm proud of that law. It's administered by local governments. Some are doing it better than others. If Zoran thought that there was money locked up in Albany, maybe he should have gone to Albany and proposed a bill to release it.
Support keeping the law. Mr. Sliwa.
Once again, the architect of Raise the Age, Governor Cuomo, the apprentice to him, Zoran. It's personal for me. My oldest son, Anthony, last October was the victim of a vicious gang assault that could have killed him. And what happened to these juveniles? Cut free, because they went to family court, not criminal court. So how can both of you look at me? I almost lost my oldest son to gang violence, and the perpetrators went to family court and got a little pat on the wrist and was sent home to do it again and again. No. We need to start charging juveniles who commit violent crime in criminal court, and I'll appoint criminal court judges who follow the law and don't just release them because of no cash bail.
Clear difference between you on that. Ms. Errol, you pick it up.
Okay, candidates, I've got individual questions for you, and we're going to try and pick up the pace a little bit here. I'd like you to really just explain kind of where you're coming from. Mr. Mamdani, you've called for reorganizing the NYPD to create this Department of Community Safety that, among other things, would handle calls involving people in mental health distress. Your opponents have disparaged this as sending social workers rather than cops into dangerous situations like domestic violence disputes. Explain really what you have in mind, and please include any evidence that this approach would work.
Absolutely. What my opponents are clinging to is the past, because that's all that they know. What I am proposing is something that will address the needs of New Yorkers in the present. We speak and hear from New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs who outline how the mental health crisis is one of the major challenges in this city. And yet what we have in our city is asking those same police officers who are being asked to respond to shootings, respond to murders, to also respond to these calls. I trust the dispatchers who would be receiving these calls to make the determination as to whether there was any indication of violence. If there is no indication of a threat of violence, then we would set the mental health experts and providers to respond to those same incidents. The reason I believe in the efficacy of this approach is because of the fact that it has been delivered elsewhere in the country. So no matter how often you hear those on this stage tell you that something cannot be done, know that there are others in this same country who have seen it, and it is time for that same policy to come to New York City.
Okay, Mr. Sliwa and Mr. Cuomo, I have a similar question for both of you. The department currently fields about 33,000 officers, down from 37,000 in 2018. Public safety budget approaching $10 billion. Mr. Sliwa, you want to hire 7,000 more cops. Mr. Cuomo says 5,000 more cops. Each of you make the case for why you think that's necessary, especially given the fact that for much of New York City, crime declines over the last 20 years happened while the size of the force was also declining and not rising.
Errol, I have to revisit the last debate for a second when Zoran was basing this policy on what they do in Eugene, Oregon. You've never been to Eugene, Oregon. I have. Are you out of your mind? And then Columbus, Ohio. This is New York City, a major metropolitan area with thousands of 911 calls, domestic abuse, emotionally disturbed persons, and you want to have social workers go out there and risk their life. And by the way, they're not going to get the results that a trained professional police officer can get. That's why we so desperately need 7,000 new cops. We'll use the Boston model, which is pay now in lieu of taxes. They do it at Harvard University and the other university. We'll raise $1 billion, get them vetted, trained, and out into the streets so they can be seen in all the neighborhoods, and most importantly, do the job they were sworn to do. And I will make sure that their insurance, the qualified immunity that was stripped from them, the only civil servants who are not protected by the taxpayer, is returned so that they can freely go out and do what they were trained to do, is to protect all of the people of New York City.
Okay, Mr. Cuomo.
There is nothing new here. We've had mentally ill, homeless people going back to the Billy Boggs case, right, under the Ed Koch administration. I ran homeless services not just for David Dinkins, but also for President Clinton. I've worked in every state, all the large cities, on all homeless programs. I've spent dozens of nights out trying to bring mentally ill people in. It can be done with mental health workers and police workers. You cannot tell from a phone call if a person is going to be dangerous. And I have seen personally many times a person who seemed very calm and sedate explode into rage. Why? Because that's sometimes a symptom of mental illness. So there's nothing new here. It just has to be done and managed. Yes, you need more police. You need more police, first of all, Errol, because they're quitting, because there are not enough to staff the force, and they're working overtime and weekends, and their family life is destroyed. So you have the highest attrition rate in modern history. You have to hire 5,000 just to slow down the attrition.
Okay, thank you, candidate.
40,000 beds for mental health in the hospital system. By the time you fled fearing impeachment, you cut the budget down to 4,000 beds. Shame on you for putting those emotionally disturbed persons in the street.
You don't know what you're doing. Well, there's one bet I'm going to say for you, but no one is saying to go back to Willowbrook. That's when there were 40,000 people in mental institutions. Yeah. We left that 40 years ago when we went to community-based housing.
We're going to stay in this century, guys. Yeah. The next, we're going to do our lightning round where each candidate will answer our questions with a brief response, usually yes or no. I'm going to do the first couple. Candidates, if you had the power, would you keep, kill, or modify the congestion pricing program? Just say one of those words. Keep, kill, or modify. Mr.
One
Sliwa.
and done. Dead.
Mr. Mamdani.
Keep.
Okay. Would you expand, decrease, or keep the same number of so-called safe injection sites for drug users in the city? Mr. Mamdani.
Can you say the options again?
Expand, decrease, or keep the same?
Keep the same.
Mr. Cuomo.
Keep.
Close them down.
Okay. The last two mayors proposed allocating 1% of the city budget for parks. Will you make the same pledge here tonight, Mr. Sliwa?
And another 2%. Keep your hands off the parks, you greedy developers.
1%.
Mr. Cuomo. 1%. Okay.
2%.
Okay.
Another lightning round question. The city recently enacted a 15-mile-per-hour speed limit for e-bikes. And of course, there are the other motorized two-wheelers that also frequently ignore red lights and other traffic laws. If you were mayor, would you direct the NYPD to ramp up speeding tickets and other moving violations on the motorized two-wheelers, Mr. Cuomo?
Yes. Look, this is a dangerous situation for many people.
Mr. Mamdani, yes or no?
I would actually build on the city council's progress in holding the apps accountable like DoorDash and Grubhub to ensure that there weren't incentives for breaking those street traffic laws.
So you would not increase ticketing the riders?
I do not think the police should be the ones dealing with the failures of these app companies.
Mr. Sliwa.
License them, register them, and yes, do enforcement on them.
All right. There is a ballot question to align mayoral election years with presidential election years in the future. Do you support this, Mr. Sliwa?
Absolutely not. All the attention would go to the presidential election, not to the mayoral election and all the down-ballot elections, all of our city council people.
That's a no, Mr. Mamdani.
I haven't yet taken a position on any of the ballot referendums.
Oh, shocker.
Again?
Same answers
Again and again and again. Yes.
Thank you so much. First question, do you support having a casino in the 5 boroughs, like it's a full casino, and do you have a favorite among the 3 current contenders? Mr. Sliwa.
No, only if the community wants it.
Mr. Mamdani.
I'm personally skeptical of casinos, but voters did choose to bring them to New York City, and unlike Andrew Cuomo and Donald Trump, I don't view the law as just a suggestion.
Do you have a favorite of the 3?
No, I don't have favorites of casinos.
Mr. Cuomo.
I do not. I have not reviewed the proposals. I was not in. I did not vote.
It's not so hard to say.
I did. Let me just so you understand some facts. I did not vote to bring the casinos to New York City. I did casinos in upstate New York as economic development measures. I had no part of these 3 casinos, how they were done. I think it's highly problematic, and I think there's going to be a lot more to come.
If this was, a ranked choice,
You and Zoran can't answer a straight question.
If there was a ranked choice election, how would you vote, Mr. Mamdani?
If there was a ranked choice election?
In this, you'd have to rank these.
Myself number 1 and Curtis number 2.
Mr. Sliwa.
Oh, please don't be glazing me here, Zoran. Are you kidding?
Mr. Sliwa, do you have an
I
answer?
support ranked choice voting, but I'd only vote for myself.
Mr. Cuomo.
I love that Zoran and Curtis ticket idea. I don't know. I'm just enamored with it. I would just wreck myself.
Would any of you accept Mayor Adams' endorsement? Mr. Mamdani.
No.
Yes,
Mr. Cuomo.
I would.
Mr. Sliwa.
Absolutely not. Put that crook in jail where he belongs.
And final, a fun one.
Be careful. Be careful.
What is your favorite live music venue in New York City, Mr. Sliwa?
Oh, chain smokers. EDM.
Under the K Bridge, I'm presuming.
That's right, the Kosciuszko Bridge.
Mr. Mamdani.
Forest Hill Stadium.
Mr. Cuomo.
Under the Kosciuszko Bridge.
Have you seen a show under the K Bridge?
Okay.
Who'd you see?
No, I picked up my daughters at a show there. That's as close as I got.
Candidates, it's time for the cross-examination round. That's where each candidate gets a chance to ask one question of one rival. The order was selected at random. We're going to begin with Curtis Sliwa.
Zoran, you talk about free, free, free. But we know that somebody's got to pay for it, and that's you, the taxpayers. And that's going to lead to bankruptcy. The only reason that Zoran is on the stage is because of the failed Governor Cuomo, who was rejected by the Democrats in the primary and rejected by 13 women who charged you with sexual harassment. Do you ever know that no means no? You know what no means?
Your question is to Mr. Mamdani. Who was your question
we
to?
can bifurcate it, right?
No. You can't. Who is your question
It's to Cuomo.
Okay. Your response, Mr. Cuomo.
I'm not sure what the man said, but the situation, my legal situation, as we discussed before, was fully litigated. I was dropped from the cases. If anyone has a legal situation to talk about, I think it's Mr. Sliwa, who runs the Guardian Angels, and apparently as a charitable donation, but never filed any tax returns for the Guardian Angels and has been accepting charitable donations, which is just a crime and tax fraud. So I think that's the person who I was explaining to do.
Okay. Your turn to ask a question, Mr. Cuomo.
To Zoran, I believe, as we've stated, that you have been a divisive force in New York, and I believe that's toxic energy for New York. It's with the Jewish community, it's with the Italian American community when you give the Columbus statue the finger, it's with the Sunni Muslims when you say decriminalize prostitution, which is haram, it's the Hindus, but then you take a picture with Rebecca Kadaga, Deputy Prime Minister of Uganda. You take a picture with your father, you're smiling, he's smiling. She's known as Rebecca Gay Killer Kadaga. You're a citizen of Uganda. You took the picture, you said you didn't know who she was, it turns out you did. How do you not renounce your citizenship or demand BDS against Uganda for imprisoning people who are gay just by their sexual orientation? Isn't that a basic violation of human rights?
I think he gets the question.
My politics is consistent, and my politics is built on a belief in human rights for all people. And that extends to queer and trans New Yorkers, and it extends to queer and trans Ugandans. And had I known that the first deputy minister was the architect of that legislation, I would not have taken that photo. And yet I also know that this constant attempt to smear and slander me is an attempt to also distract from the fact that, unlike myself, you do not actually have a platform or a set of policies to protect those same New Yorkers here. All you have are the insults that you have lobbed at every single opportunity you have.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
That's it. Cross-examination is just a question and answer. Your turn to ask a question.
Mr. Cuomo, in 2021, 13 different women who worked in your administration credibly accused you of sexual harassment. Since then, you have spent more than $20 million in taxpayer funds to defend yourself, all while describing these allegations as entirely political. You have even gone so far as to legally go after these women. One of those women, Charlotte Bennett, is here in the audience this evening. You sought to access her private gynecological records. She cannot speak up for herself because you lodged a defamation case against her. I, however, can speak. What do you say to the 13 women that you sexually harassed?
If you want to be in government, then you have to be serious and mature. There were allegations of sexual harassment. They were then went to 5 district attorneys, fully litigated for 4 years. The cases were dropped, right? You know that as a fact. So everything you just said was a misstatement, which we're accustomed to from you.
Stated was a misstatement?
Yes, because the cases were dropped. That's what happened. And my question to you, you still didn't answer, why won't you say BDS against Uganda for saying gays should be imprisoned for being gay?
Okay.
You have no problem with BDS against Israel, but no BDS for Uganda.
This is just one question, one answer. We all heard it. Thank you very much, candidates. Brian.
Our next topic is education. The next mayor will oversee the largest school system in the United States, as you know, with roughly 900,000 students, thousands of schools, and billions of dollars in budget. We have an education question for each of you. Mr. Mamdani, you said you would give up mayoral control of schools and share decision-making with various stakeholders. But in the last debate, you said you're still for mayoral accountability for educational outcomes. This has confused some people about how you can give up final authority but still hold yourself accountable. Can you try to clarify that?
I remain opposed to mayoral control, and I also believe that the mayor is accountable for that which happens in this city. I will not shirk that accountability, even when we are putting together a system that has greater involvement for parents, for educators, for students. Look, 1 in 300 Americans is a student in the New York City public school system. This is a system where we are failing to deliver excellence to students, to teachers, to parents, and it is time to have a mayor who understands not only the crisis in front of us, but the fact that we have to change our ways if we want to change our results. And that is what we are running on, a plan for the future, not to simply relitigate the past.
Mr. Sliwa, you recently proposed reducing the education budget by $10 billion, or about 25%, to help pay for tax cuts. But your website includes things like, quote, hire more therapists, expand services for students with learning differences, build new vocational high schools, restore arts programs, expand athletic programs, and increase teacher pay to attract and retain top talent. Those are all exact quotes from your website. How do you defund the education department by 25% to cut taxes, add in the Trump administration's various cuts, and do all those expansions at the same time?
Well, let me tell you, you have a bureaucracy at the Tweed Courthouse. Perfect place to house the Department of Education because of the corruption in the top ranks. You have 13 deputy chancellors. You have about 50 department heads. Nobody at the school level ever deals with them. $41,000 we pay per student, and teachers still have to reach into their pockets to pay for basic supplies. You cut at the top, contracts that have been negotiated, that have not been overseen. You will save millions and millions of dollars. And yes, you open up the schools as it was when I went to public school, after school center, night center, weekend center, not just sports, but culture, plays, musicals. People used to be able to take instruments home when they were in band and orchestra. That attracted children. 1/3 of our children don't even come to school each day. And we need more vocational training like we had when I was growing up. That's been depleted. And more charter schools. We need to raise the cap and have more charter schools for the children who have been waiting to get in for years.
And Katie has an education question for Mr. Cuomo.
Thanks, Brian. Mr. Cuomo, there's currently a state law to reduce class sizes in the city. You recently described the law as, quote, reckless, and proposed that popular schools be exempted from this law. You also want to start closing low-performing schools, one of the most controversial policies of Mayor Bloomberg. Would you defy the class size law, and if you close existing schools rather than work to improve them, what specifically helps the kids learn more and where?
Yeah, the common denominator on all these things is, the question is, what is your plan to change things, and what is your ability and experience to do it? These are management challenges, and I have managed large bureaucracies. The Department of Education, we lost 1 million students. What's happening is young families have to make a decision when their child has to go to school. They're deciding to go to the suburbs, go to Jersey. They're not going to sacrifice their kid. So it is a terrible problem for the entire city, the shrinking public school system. I would double the gifted and talented programs, double the number of specialized high schools, keep the SAT, and keep mayoral control. It is wholly inconsistent to say, I think it's a top priority, but I want to give up mayoral control, but I want to be a mayor who runs grocery stores. Forget the grocery stores. Run the Department of Education. It was the most single instrumental reform. Mayor Bloomberg was right. The mayor in Boston and Chicago, don't give up mayoral control.
Would you defy the law, the class size law?
The problem with the class size law, it's a nice idea. The state didn't send the money. The state has not been doing its fair share for the city. If you have a nice idea, that's nice. Send the money.
And just a fact check, I don't think we lost 1 million students. We have just about under 1 million students in the DOE system, but just a quick show of hands.
I'm sorry, yes.
And just a show of hands, no talking, who is in favor of the cell phone ban in schools? Raise your hands. Everyone has raised their hands. They all are in favor of the cell phone ban. Thank you.
Okay. Candidates, I want to talk about Rikers Island. Under city law, the jail complex on Rikers is supposed to close in 2027. That's something that the next mayor is going to have to navigate. The population, however, has only gone up. It's surpassing 7,000 detainees, and a judge this year put Rikers on a path toward federal receivership. So here's the question. As mayor, will you commit to the closure of Rikers Island as required? And if not, what is your alternative plan? We'll start with you, Mr. Sliwa.
Number one, the architect for the closing of Rikers Island is on this stage. That's former Governor Andrew Cuomo. He was the first, and his apprentice is Orhan Mandami. No, you keep Rikers Island open. There are 7 functioning buildings, 3 others that need to be rehabbed. You can move those who have mental health issues and give them the treatment they need as long as they're detained on Rikers Island. Some people do a year of time if they're given that in the courts rather than be shipped upstate. So there are a variety of inmates. We have allocated $8 billion for 4 community jails. The price tag is now up to $16 billion and will only house 4,000 of the 7,000. Guess what? We keep the inmates on Rikers Island and we turn those 4 units in the neighborhoods into affordable housing that we've all been clamoring for.
What about the law that requires the closing?
Oh, you go into court, you fight. You fight for the taxpayers and you fight to keep inmates on Rikers Island so that we don't just have to lock up toothpaste in New York City, but we lock up inmates.
Mr. Cuomo.
Zoran has said he'd honor the law closing Rikers in 2027. You can't. You can't. Unless you intend to release all the people on Rikers Island, which is the Democratic Socialist policy. The county jails are not going to be built. It was a mistake. The whole plan was a mistake. They are years late, billions over budget. I would say scrap the county jails, build new jails on Rikers Island, provide ferry and bus transportation for people from the other boroughs to visit on Rikers Island, and then use the existing 4 sites for commercial residential. But you cannot close Rikers on 2027 because there's no place to put the people unless you're going to release 7,000 people.
Well, you're familiar with the idea that a law is passed, it's supposed to be followed, even if it's difficult, even if the timeline is screwed up, even if the money's not there.
Yeah, so then, which is Zoran's position, then you're saying release the 7,000 people. And I'm saying I'm not going to release 7,000 criminals into New York City.
Mr. Mondani.
There is no one on this stage that is saying that. Yet Andrew Cuomo will repeat it again and again. What I have said time and again, I'll repeat it again, is that yes, we have to close Rikers Island. Rikers Island is a stain on the history of this city. And that this current administration has made it nearly impossible to do so by the stipulated timeline. So what I will do is everything in my power to try and meet that deadline, knowing that Eric Adams has made it so difficult because he's had no interest in actually following through on it. And as much as you will hear about experience and running a government, what Andrew Cuomo doesn't seem to understand is the city has already entered into contracts for these borough-based jails, and to end those contracts would be to incur massive fiscal penalties, but that's not something that he seems to care about, even as he speaks about the fiscal stewardship of this city.
If I may, you want to talk to me about running government or managing projects? I built the 2nd Avenue subway. I built the Mario Cuomo Bridge, the largest infrastructure project in the United States of America, $5 billion on time, on budget. 2nd Avenue subway, Moynihan train hall. Of course there's costs incurred. The question is going to be, how much more does it cost to finish the jail, and are you better off cutting your losses? That's the question in the discussion, and you sit down with the contractor and you negotiate. Yeah. But your position of, I'm going to close it on 2027, the question is yes or no? Do you close it in 2027? You still haven't answered.
You will hear from Andrew Cuomo about his experience as if the issue is that we don't know about it. The issue is that we have all experienced your experience. The issue is that we experienced you taking a $5 million book deal while you sent seniors to their deaths in nursing homes. The issue is that we experienced you cutting funding for the MTA to send money to upstate ski resorts. The issue is that we saw you give $959 million in tax breaks to Elon Musk. The issue is your experience.
No, the only thing, the issue is you have no experience.
That's what I
You've accomplished nothing. You haven't proposed a bill on anything, and you still haven't said if you'll close Rikers in 2027.
Stop. I got the answer to the questions I was asking. Thanks very much. Let's move on.
My next question is about another law that's already on the books. The city has a climate law, Local Law 97, that will require a large percentage of the buildings in the city to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030 or face financial penalties. As you know, some co-ops, condos, and landlords are afraid of crushing expenses, but buildings account for 70% of the city's climate pollution emissions, so reduction would need to include that sector. You all have taken different positions on this. I want our viewers and listeners to hear each of you, starting with Mr. Cuomo in this case. Would you abide by and make others abide by Local Law 97 as it stands?
As it stands, you're going to have to be flexible in the application. What's going to happen now is many companies will just pay the fine because it's cheaper than actually following the rules. And that's the last thing you want. That accomplishes nothing, right? It's just another tax, in essence, on these units. So there's going to have to be flexibility. It's the right intent, it's the right goal, but how you implement it has to deal with reality and the costs. Again, otherwise, I can tell you, I've had this conversation with many of them. They're not even going to try. They're just going to pay the fine.
What kind of flexibility, if you could be
It's going to be timing, and what do we mean, and can it be phased in?
Mr. Mamdani.
The climate crisis is one of the most pressing crises facing this city, and we deserve to take it on with the urgency it requires. It is right now easier to pay the fine than to actually comply with this legislation. We have to ensure that we make it easier for condo and co-op owners to follow these laws, and we do that by eliminating the application fees for J51, by extending that tax credit, by also creating a one-stop shop in New York City government that procures at a large scale heat pumps and the very kind of infrastructure needed to comply. We've seen this happen before with clean energy work that's been done in Woodside houses. It's time to bring that kind of work right here so that we can ensure full compliance with Local Law 97.
I read that you're proposing the city buy those heat pumps and other tech in bulk and give them to landlords and other buildings for free. Is that accurate?
No, it's to actually ensure that they can afford the cost of these things by purchasing using an economy of scale.
Thank you. Mr. Sliwa.
I'm the only one on this stage totally opposed to Local 97. 100,000 condo and co-op owners. Their maintenance fees will go up 30%. They won't have enough reserve fees. You're going to see massive flight from the co-ops and condos. Now, they want to electrify everything. Well, there's a man on the stage who took Indian Point offline. That was 25% of our electrical output. We haven't been able to meet the need since. And as a result, they're now starting to build, because of the city of yes that I'm opposed, these lithium-ion battery warehouses. Where? Staten Island 38, Brooklyn 12. 8 in Queens, 4 in the Bronx, and none in Manhattan? Oh, no. They're going to electrify, and they don't have the electrical output. So I say no to Local 97. And when I'm mayor, I tell all my commissioners, throw a monkey wrench into the process. We slow it down because we want these condo owners and co-op owners to stay.
Mr. Cuomo, you were name checked on Indian Point?
I think I was. Indian Point was a danger. It was the nuclear power plant most closely located to the densest population. There was no nuclear plant on the globe that close to a city. There were 20 million people in what was called the kill zone. Before I became Attorney General, there had been a number of lawsuits to stop it. What we did is we brought cables down from upstate New York down the Hudson River. We have nuclear upstate. We're in rural areas to bring that nuclear power down the cables, and then on that basis substitute for Indian Point's power.
Yes or no?
Electricity rates are too high to pay because of you, Andrew Cuomo.
Yes or no? Would any of you support new nuclear power plants to help bring down the rising cost of utilities in New York State? Just yes or no, Mr. Sliwa?
Upstate, they're already starting, yes.
Mr. Mamdani?
I think it's something worth exploring.
Mr. Cuomo?
Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Katie?
We're going to move on now to the economy. Donnie, you're proposing to raise the city's minimum wage to $30 an hour by 2030. How would you get the state legislature to go along with your plan? And do you think it's realistic to feel that a small business owner would have to pay every employee this amount, especially when the city currently doesn't mandate that figure for its own public employees? And I have several questions for Mr. Sliwa and Mr. Cuomo.
So this would be something where the city would have to start doing so as well, because any law that we want New Yorkers to follow, the city should be following it itself. And the reason that we put forward $30 by 2030 is that that's the minimum that a New Yorker needs to be paid to be able to afford to live in this city. And what we are looking at right now is the possibility of the place that we know and love becoming a museum of where working class people used to be able to live. Our proposal that we've put forward would be phased in over a longer period of time for small business owners to ensure that they could deal with this. And it's also one that we are confident we would be able to accomplish because of the fact that we are seeing from New Yorkers time and time again, the absence of it is pushing them to live in Jersey City, to live in Pennsylvania, to live in Connecticut, because they can't afford to live in New York City.
Thank you. And for Mr. Sliwa and Mr. Cuomo, if you're not in favor of a $30 minimum wage, what are your plans to raise the salaries of workers in New York City? We'll start with you, Mr. Sliwa.
First off, Zoran Mandami deals with fantasy, not reality. Look at all the Uber drivers. Look at all the taxi drivers, the Lyft drivers. They will now have driverless cars. That's what they're pushing. AI that's going to be wiping out so many jobs, especially for young men and women who went to school, got their 4 years of college, 2-year degree, and they're making $155,000, and then they get wiped out. You know what the corporate sector is going to do. They're going to bring in robotics. Zoran, stop dealing with fantasy and start dealing with reality. You're pushing businesses out because you want to tax them. I'm the only one here who wants to cut the corporate taxes, the income tax, the property tax we can cut in order to keep business here. But if you raise the minimum wage too high, they're going to end up going in a different direction, and they're not going to hire workers. It's going to be robots and driverless cars and AI, and I'm opposed to that.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo.
Yeah, I half agree with Curtis. Zoran does have socialist theory colliding with practical reality. I went through this. We raised the minimum wage to the highest in the United States of America. New York set the bar. We set it at $15. Every other state said, that's crazy when we did it. People in the state said that was crazy when we did it. But it was calibrated. It was doable. We phased it in different parts of the state. We phased it in with small businesses. We gave them assistance, because if you raise it too high, and I believe 30 is too high, I would raise it to 20. If you raise it to too high, you do two things. People lose their jobs. You bankrupt the businesses. You're talking about basically doubling payroll. And you can have a negative effect where literally businesses close and people lose their jobs. And overall, again, it's another tax on corporations, another reason to leave New York, another reason to pack up the family and get on I-95 and go to South Carolina and Florida and Texas.
All right. Candidates, we are coming down the home stretch. I want to alert our media partners, especially we're going to go over by 5 minutes, and we're going to have Brian lead a conversation about transit.
Right, and we're going to have to do this very briefly to each of you, because you each have transit things to answer to. Mr. Cuomo, you say the city should take partial control of New York City transit away from the MTA, which is mostly controlled by the state. Would the city then have to foot more of the bill? And if this is a good idea, why didn't you propose it as governor?
The capital, first of all, New York City owns the New York City Transit Authority, not the MTA. It leases the trains and subways to the MTA. And then the question is the division of responsibility. New York City does the safety along with the MTA. The problem the MTA is having is the capital construction projects. It has been an ongoing problem. I came in, I took over Moynihan and finished it. I came in and took over 2nd Avenue subway, the L train tunnel, The capital construction projects are way overdue.
Would it fall more on the city to pay?
I would say, no, there is a budget set. My only point is the MTA, which is a labyrinth bureaucracy set up by Rockefeller, which should have never been done in the first place. It's an overwhelming task for the greatest managers, and I hire both of them. But let the city manage the capital construction from the MTA budget.
Mr. Mamdani, make your case briefly for your proposal for free buses for everybody, even those who can afford to pay.
You know, first I'll just say that one of the most celebrated leaders of the New York City Transit was Andy Byford, who had such a terrible experience working under Andrew Cuomo that he would rather work under Donald Trump right now. The proposal that we have put forward addresses the fact that today, in the wealthiest city, in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, 1 in 5 New Yorkers cannot afford the bus fare. It would cost $700 million a year to make the slowest buses in the country fast and free. And by doing so, we would generate more than double in economic revenue for New Yorkers across the city. It would be something that would reduce assaults on bus drivers, it would increase ridership on those buses, and it would actually have environmental impacts, as fewer New Yorkers would drive their own car or take a taxi and would instead get on the bus. And I know all of this because I delivered it as a state assembly member who won the first free buses in New York City's history.
And Mr. Sliwa, your website, according to my reading, has a section on transit safety, but nothing on transit service. Do you have any core proposals for improving it?
Oh, sure. First off, Zoran, I get a good belly laugh.
Zoran, bro.
Oh, all right. I'll keep practicing.
I got you.
I get a good belly laugh every time I hear you say free fare in the subways. Half the people don't pay anyway. How about fair enforcement? I'm the only one who says we have all kinds of fare programs for the indigent and the poor. But if you don't pay your fare, there needs to be enforcement. And by the way, I've taken the subway almost every day of my life since I was 5. The worst time was the summer of 2017, the summer of hell, Andrew Cuomo, when you were running the subway system as the head of the MTA. I don't trust you with anything to do with mass transit.
How would you make it better?
Oh, very simply. Everybody pays their fare, enforcement, more cops in the subway system. And by the way, we can get more people to voluntarily actually sponsor their subway system stations, clean it up and beautify them and add some life so the community has input into the subway that they have to go through the sleaze and slime all the time.
All right, candidates, we've got just a couple of minutes. Let's have another quick lightning round where each candidate will answer my questions with a quick response, usually yes or no. Name one person you'd like to see run for president in 2028, Mr. Sliwa.
Wow, in 2028. Man, I'm dealing right now with 2025.
Mr. Mamdani.
My only focus is on November.
Mr. Cuomo.
I haven't thought it through.
Okay. We have a city of hundreds of languages and cultures. Can you greet New Yorkers in a language other than your own? Mr. Cuomo.
Ciao. Buenos dias.
Ni hao with a pangyo.
Okay.
Buona fortuna per cende anni.
Okay. Have you decided on a school's chancellor, Mr. Sliwa?
Yes, I would ask Bob Holden, who's taught 40 years. He leads Democrats for Sliwa.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani.
No, I haven't decided on a chancellor as yet.
No. Okay. Should people be arrested for the solicitation of sex, Mr. Sliwa?
No. The Johns, yes. The pimps, the madams, and the absentee landlords.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani.
No.
Mr. Cuomo.
Zoran's decriminalization for prostitutes, Johns, and pimps would be a disaster on the quality of life in New York City.
They should be arrested, you say? Should people be arrested for soliciting sex?
It is a criminal offense. I would keep it as it is.
Okay. Last question. Can you name one thing that New York got right during the COVID crisis, Mr. Sliwa?
New York got right. Oh, wow. He didn't get anything right during the COVID crisis. No.
Mr. Mamdani.
It only took me 15 minutes to get my vaccine shot when I went for that, and that was an efficient experience.
Mr. Cuomo.
Thank you for the compliment.
That was a city-run vaccine.
All right,
No,
gentlemen.
it wasn't.
Thanks so much, gentlemen. That is going to do it for this debate. I would like to thank the candidates and our partners and all of you at home. If you missed any part of this debate, you can watch it in its entirety at ny1.com and the Spectrum News YouTube channel. Early voting is set to begin across the 5 boroughs on Saturday, with several other races on the ballot as well, including city controller, public advocate, the 5 borough presidents and members of the city council, as well as 6 ballot initiatives. There's some district attorney races as well. Election day is November 4th. Thank you all for watching. Have a great evening.